You doing good?
Yeah. Yes, sir. All right. So what? So are you like atheist or something?
Yeah, I would say, well, I'm agnostic.
Agnostic. What's the difference in that and atheism?
So agnostics are just going to be people who are open-minded to a God existing, but they just don't have enough evidence to be compelled that God exists. And I also believe that we don't have enough information to really know that God exists. So I'm kind of doing my research, and I'm open-minded to
Okay.
God existing or not existing. But I don't have any positions on the matter.
So you just interested in if a Christian God exists?
I'm open to any God existing, but I focus on Christianity right now because I was raised Roman Catholic. I left Roman Catholicism, and so I'm kind of learning everything there is to know about Christianity, and then moving on to other religions.
So what do you? Why did you leave?
I left Roman Catholicism because I found contradictions in the Bible, and in my community there was a lot of hypocrites. There was a lot of people who didn't really do their research when it came to Christianity. Also, as I journeyed into the world and faced issues and became a grown up, the world in its current condition doesn't really seem like a world that God exists in or God interacts with, and just plenty of issues like that.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So I guess um, do you believe in the? So do you believe the Virgin Mary exists?
I would grant that the Virgin Mary existed, but I don't really have any compelling evidence that Mary existed. Um,
Do you have you heard of people seeing the Virgin Mary?
in their dreams.
No, just seeing the Virgin Mary. I guess. Have you heard of the children of Fatima?
I've heard of the usage of Fatima, but I haven't heard of the children of Fatima.
You never have.
No.
Okay, so yeah, though they had visions of the Virgin Mary, and what about Garabandal? Have you heard of that?
No, I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, so you might want to look those up because they kind of convinced me. But are you talking about the well, Jesus? I would say this is one thing that kind of uh, got me, and it's a small thing, but I be kind of looking at the details, and I was thinking about the with Pontius Pilate, and we knew Pontius Pilate was a real person, right? Do you believe that?
Mm, yeah, I believe Pontius Pilate was a real person, and he crucified Jesus.
Okay, so Pontius Pilate was a real person. So would you think that Pontius Pilate, the story that they told about Pontius Pilate, or any other characters in the Bible that you think? Yeah, what about Caesar?
Um, Julius Caesar. Um, I think he existed, but yeah, I think he existed.
I mean, it's documented that he existed, but they got coins with these people's names on them and their heads on it. So it's like I know they existed because of that. So I just think that it's all. I mean, you got a whole lot of eyewitness accounts around that time, and it's like we know that Caesar, we know that Pontius Pilate. What's the other guy that I don't know, not Caesar. It was the guy that was trying to seek out Jesus to kill him when he was a baby.
Um, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there was something about a king that was
Herod, King Herod.
yeah,
Herod.
he sent people
Yeah,
to seek Jesus out and unalive him when he was a kid.
yeah, he's a real person too. That's documented. So it's like I don't know. I think that sometimes, and then you got to think about the disciples. All of the disciples that Jesus picked. Um, I mean, unless he was just, I mean, they were real people. because some of them wrote books and they gave eyewitness testimony, an eyewitness account. Now, the
Hold
thing that
well,
they
the thing is, well,
said,
hold on. We're not really too sure of that, right? A lot of the Gospels, we don't know who the authors are. They were written anonymously.
yeah, okay, so if they still, what are they referring to though? It's like, why would they write an eyewitness account of something that isn't real?
A lot of those books, a lot of those books weren't eyewitness accounts. The author was anonymous, and I think there's even mentions of like, hold on. There's even mentions of like them admitting in the books that they got their information from somebody else. So it's just like word of mouth.
Okay, so yeah, are you sure about that, or are you just
Let me pull up my notes. I have like notes on this stuff, but hold on. Mm, mm, Let me see. Okay, let me just check real quick just to make sure.
go ahead? Yeah. So another thing too is it's like the story of Moses and you know all of the stories in the Bible. It's like we got evidence of there being real Jews, and it just wouldn't be no real. You got to think about it. If they didn't exist, then Judaism wouldn't exist. You know what I'm saying? We have evidence of that now. Christians wouldn't exist. You know, Jesus Christ didn't exist.
Oh, okay. So in the book of Luke, right? Luke was not an eyewitness, meaning whoever wrote Luke was not an eyewitness, claiming to be writing things down that people were telling him. So in Luke, it actually like admits that like I'm not the author of this, and I'm also writing down what people are telling me, basically.
Okay, so what about all right? So we know that. Um, okay, so there's three apostles, right? Three disciples.
Name them.
Matthew, Mark, and John.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So there'd be four.
Yeah, that's four of them, but one I don't think all of them were handpicked disciples. So it's like all of those people were disciples, and they, of course, if somebody else wrote it, I mean, they still were writing about the person that was an eyewitness. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, the whole story wouldn't line up. It's like um, Pontius Pilate wouldn't. Why would you write about Pontius Pilate when it's just like you just made that up?
Well,
You
just
know
because
what I mean?
like just because the story has certain real elements to it doesn't make its claims true.
Yeah, but if you had to, I mean, we got a lot of people that believe in Jesus, and it's like, okay, why would they? It's a lot of things that don't last, they don't stand the test of time. Like, why would they change this calendar, to be after the year of our Lord if, it wasn't no Lord?
I mean, like, yeah, I'll grant that like Jesus existed, right? But like, I guess like my main issue is just that I'm not sure if he rose from the dead. I'm not sure if he performed all the miracles that the Bible is claiming that he performed. And there's not much evidence to show that Jesus walked on water, turned water into wine, raised Lazarus from the dead, multiplied fish and bread to feed thousands of people, cured leprosy, cast demons out of pigs. All of those stuff are just claims with no substantiation. And even his resurrection is contested by basically everybody on TikTok that has these discussions, but also like historians as well.
His resurrection is contested, but don't you think that that's the way he wanted it to be for people to have faith?
Doesn't God say that he's not the God of confusion?
Yeah, but he still wants you to have faith.
But
He wants you to have faith in him. And, I mean, he's telling you a lot of stuff. Like he was talking about, like Thomas. He got a story in there about Thomas. I mean, Thomas didn't really believe. He had to see stuff to believe. He made a point about that. Like, it's like a lot of people not gonna believe, but a lot of people don't have to see and believe. But a lot of people gonna have to see something to believe.
yeah, so in 1 Corinthians chapter 14 verse 33 it says, "For God is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as in all churches of the saints." God's not the author of confusion, right? But yeah, when it comes to like learning stuff about God, when it comes to studying the Bible, it is basically this big puzzle piece that you have to like sort of really study to figure it out. You can't just read the Bible cover to cover, right? You also have to go look at like the historical context, the Hebrew words, and it takes a lot of work to really decipher what the true message of the Bible is. Not only that, when it comes to Jesus's, death and resurrection, yeah, like it's still being contested today. It isn't clear that Jesus rose from the dead. And that's creating a lot of confusion. So if God wanted to create confusion, if God wanted to do it in a way that wasn't clear to the average person, then he would be contradicting himself. He intentionally wanted to confuse people and have everything about him basically be based on faith.
Yeah. So what's wrong? Well, I mean, he's telling you how to. He's telling you how to basically get to him. Jesus came for one reason. That was to die on the cross. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, once he finished that, then there was another phase of the game. It's like you had another phase of the game before that. That's when people were under the law. And then you had another phase. Jesus was just a short period of time. And then you had the phase after that where, the Holy Spirit will come on believers. And the Holy Spirit would teach the believers the truth about what the gospel says. And it would alleviate any confusion. But it's only for the believers in the gospel.
Like, that's the problem, right? In today's world, you have a bunch of different denominations claiming that they have the Holy Spirit and that they're teaching the truth coming from God. And that's led to like a lot of corruption, a lot of like misinterpretations of the Bible. And there's no way to like empirically vet that somebody has the Holy Spirit. Many people make the claims that they have the Holy Spirit, but there's no way to really measure this, right?
Well, it is a way to measure it. If you, once you, believe that you gotta look. The thing is, it's not about just believing that Jesus died and rose again. You have to, like Paul had. You have to get the revelation of what Jesus is and why he died and why he rose again. For truth, really truthful. It got to be something that you really have grasped a hold onto. It ain't, just looking at the surface value of it is not going to give you, you're going to, and I think he made it that way on purpose. So people would actually think about it. You know what I'm saying? Instead of, just taking something at face value, they would have to actually use their brains, and their hearts, you know what I'm saying? To see what the message is, because it's a message there, and it's kind of like it's a lot of hidden things in the Bible that they won't be uncovered unless you do got the Spirit. So it's like it goes in like in a pattern of succession. It's like believing that Jesus died, he died, but he's trying to tell us that we need to die to ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We basically made like him, and we got to die just like him. But we got to die to ourselves. We got to die to our flesh. We got to die to our ego, right? We got an ego and we got a spirit. The spirit going to teach us, what he's saying or what, the Bible is saying. It'll come clear, but, people don't really get that part. They just kind of look at it like it's all talking about Jesus on the outside of themselves. But Jesus is talking about each and every one of us. He's saying accept me, but you got to know how to accept him.
Oh yeah, I will. I will take that into consideration. But I do have two other guests in my guest request, so I do have to move on to like the next guest. But thank you for coming up. And if I have some extra time later and there's no guest in the line, you can hop back into the line.
All right, cool.
Yep. Thank you for being here.
Uh-huh.
Hey, thank you guys for being here. There's like 11 people in here right now. If you could, everybody that's here, please tap your screens like the live. Excuse me, sorry. Tap your screens like the live. It helps me get more guests in here to talk to and get me on the For You page. I really appreciate you guys being here. I'm streaming on TikTok. I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitch, doing my thing, doing 1v1 debates. If there is a point in the night where there's like, nobody in the line, then I'll probably open it up to like panels. But yeah, if you could and you're on TikTok, if you can, tap your screens like the live. It helps me to get more guests in here and gets me on the For You page for more discussion. Thank you guys for being here. And also thank you for the gifts. They help me to host more lives, to make more videos, and to host more events like the event that I had yesterday, me versus Brody, where we both debated. We had judges, we had a professional rubric, we had time sections, and unfortunately, Brody ended up winning, and congratulations to Brody. But it was an amazing event. We had tons of people in the live, and people enjoyed it. So your gifts help me to put on more events like that. So thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you, and I'm going to move on to the next guest. Let's see. I don't know who is first, but I'll do the bottom.
How are you?
What's up, Wilson? Good to see you.
Good to see you. You having a good day?
I'm doing pretty okay. Yeah.
Nice. That's good.
The topic is, why should I believe in the Christian God? I'm an agnostic, but sometimes I lean towards atheism and science. So sometimes I claim to be an agnostic atheist, but I'm an agnostic. And what you got for me?
Okay. So I'll kind of pick up where that last guy kind of left off about the resurrection.
Yeah.
So as we know, the Old Testament came out. That was just before the time Jesus existed. And in the Old Testament, in Isaiah 53:8 to chapter 53:11, there's many prophecies about a coming Messiah.
Yeah.
And I'll read that to you. For he was cut from the land of the living. For the transgression of my people, he was punished. He was assigned a grave with the wicked and the rich in his death, though he had done no violence, nor has any deceit in his mouth. Yet it was the Lord's will to crush him and cause him to suffer, though the Lord makes his life an offering for sin. He will see his offspring and prolong his days, and the will of the Lord will prosper in his hand. After he has suffered, he will see the light of his life and be satisfied. And that was written about 750 BC. And this told pretty much the area of Israel to look for a Messiah, and he will be killed, and then yet his days will be prolonged. And I feel like that perfectly depicts the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Okay, so I do have to study the prophecies in the Bible. I'm not too aware of them. I do have to study the prophecies in the Bible and get more familiar with them. But if you're saying the Old Testament was written before Jesus was born, there were tons of people, right, that were saying I'm the chosen one, I'm the chosen one. And what are the chances that Jesus could have read the Old Testament if it was written and already about, and maybe made the claim that he was the chosen one and might not have been the chosen one? Just out of curiosity, what do you think about that?
So, as you said before, going back to you said the books were anonymous, in obviously in the New Testament.
The Gospels were.
Yep, correct. And so so the anonymous gospel is unsupported by any evidence. Writings in Clement 1 support this, and a reporting of the specific apostles who preached the gospel to Rome, Peter and Paul, have been martyred, and to which many in the Roman Church that originated the letter.
Wait, repeat that. You said what? Repeat the whole thing, actually.
So I was saying writings like 1 Clement, which was like 70 AD, support this, and the specific apostles who preached the gospel to Rome, Peter and Paul, have been martyred, to which many in the Roman Church that originated the letter were living witnesses to. And it shows the teachings of Jesus, including the resurrection, were not part of like the game of like see tell, and it was a specific eyewitnesses who spread the message of the event. And
So what am I supposed to take from that? But like, I'm actually just trying to like understand what is the key points that you're trying to make with that.
well, like what I'm trying to say is like if someone was going to attribute like anonymous gospels to followers of Jesus and give them legitimacy, why would they choose like Mark or Luke? Neither were eyewitnesses, and Mark was a follower of Peter and Luke of Paul. Why would they choose Matthew if not for like the gospel? He was the least noteworthy apostles, and
I mean, like, I don't really think that matters because they could assign it to anyone, right? It would be these individuals like taking context clues and I guess trying to like decipher who it was that wrote these books. It could be anyone, so like, why not Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John?
well, I don't know how to answer that, but that's just what I believe is that going back to what I first said, to the Old Testament, that kind of just like really gives me like sums it up for me that the Old Testament had fully like prophesied.
But yeah, what would you say to like Jesus could have been just another hoax Messiah or Savior, and he could have read the Old Testament and then just tried to fit into the narrative of what the Old Testament was prophesizing, and hence you got a Savior if you get enough people to believe in him, right? Also, I don't really have like evidence that he did any of the miracles that he did, right? I don't have evidence of like multiplying the fish and the bread. I don't really have anything that compels me to believe he multiplied the fish and the bread. I don't have anything that compels me to believe that he cured leprosy, rose Lazarus from the dead, walked on water, turned water into wine, cast demons into pigs. Like, I don't have anything that would get me to believe any of that. So, like, typically, like, I grant that Jesus existed, and he could have just been an apocalyptic preacher going around, but I don't really believe that he did the miracles or was divine, and I'm skeptical about his resurrection. But I could do more research on his resurrection.
Yeah, I believe it was. I believe there were like 500 people that were there for his resurrection, give or take. And I know that some that were there had died on their word.
According to Paul, right? So Paul makes the claim that there are 500 people that saw Jesus at the same time post his crucifixion. But this is Paul. We don't have like 500 accounts, so we would have to take the opinion or the word of Paul, which Paul might be not a reliable source because I'd have to check my sources. But Paul was somebody who unalived a lot of Christians. He went around killing Christians, right? And, then he went on the road to Damascus and he had this experience where he encountered Jesus, and then he turned from his ways, became a Christian, and went to meet the disciples later on. But even that's kind of questioned according to some of my notes. But Paul might not have even been in the right state of mind, to be honest. And again, like you'd have to trust one person that 500 people saw Jesus. We don't have the 500 accounts, right?
That is correct.
So
I haven't done full research on this, but that's just my take on it. So I thought I'd give it to you.
Mm-hmm. That's totally fine. I haven't done my full research, and you could be right. God could exist, and Jesus could exist, and everything could line up, right? All we can do, me and you as individuals, is like be open-minded and be very skeptical of the things that we believe, and try to seek out the best ideas and make sure that like our ideas are backed by evidence and good grounding, right? And we're all on a journey, like learning and figuring it out. And hopefully, um, by some goodness that exists in this world, we find the truth, whether it be God exists or whether it be God doesn't exist.
I just have one question for you before I go.
Yeah.
What do you think about like miracles in like the church when and then they're given appointed higher positions? Like what do you think of that?
So I have trouble believing miracles. I hear about them every day. People tell me about like how they had a vision and they well, like I debate a lot of people. I have a lot of conversations with people on TikTok, and people tell me that they've had like a vision that Jesus spoke to them, or they had like something happen to them in life. Like maybe they had some sort of cancer and the cancer went away. The problem with these miracles is that could it be God? I don't cancel out the possibility that it could be God. It could be God legitimately. But it is equally as likely that it could be explained by science, and oftentimes it is. We used to think that people who had schizophrenia were possessed by demons, and science and research in neurology, right, allowed us to determine that no, it's something going on with people's neurons and how their brain is functioning, right? A lot of like religious claims where we assign belief to like a deity or some kind of spiritual being have been debunked by like science. And another thing is that like some people say that like a miracle happened to them. It equally as likely could just be a coincidence. Let's say God didn't exist and we live in this world. These events could happen without God being involved. And for a lot of these events, it's very hard to measure God's involvement in them via any like empirical evidence or data. So it really could be literally anything. And I'm just kind of like open minded and examining the data to figure out what it is and why these things happen. So I don't really believe miracles. Another thing, sorry, there's like a lot of points in regards to why I don't believe in miracles. Another thing is like everybody's really having a miracle, right? Joseph Smith is the founder of Mormonism, and he's like a whole ass like criminal, and like he has a whole record, right? And he had a vision that like God gave him, an angel gave him golden plates and started the Mormon church, and like you don't even know where those golden plates are, right? Like different visions are happening and they're contradicting with each other. The Mormons don't agree with the Catholics or the Eastern Orthodox or the Jehovah Witnesses, right? And all those religions have their own miracles and experiences and encounters with God. So all of that can be very problematic. And, you know, we just have to study the data, the trends, consider whether it was coincidence, consider whether it was God, or it could have been just not God, and like science and biological things and things we find in nature that could explain these phenomenons. So
One thing I don't personally mix though is science and like religion, because I feel like science is the physical explanation of things and religion's the spiritual explanation, and I feel like they're very different from each other, in my opinion.
yeah, they
But
are. Um,
yeah,
Hold on, sorry.
you're good.
I think I think religion, well, to me at least, for right now, I think religion are stories that were made during a time where we didn't have science, right? People making attempts to explain the world around them. And I think what science does is science tries to take the data that we get from the world and the reality that we live in and try to come up with like a tested and empirically vetted results. While religion requires like a lot of faith and believing in things that are not so grounded or like backed up by justification. But I'm doing my research and like giving Christianity a chance. So like I'm open minded to being having my mind changed. But yeah, science goes the route of like looking at data, empiricism, and evidence, and trying to figure out like explanations for our world. And it's more grounded to me than like religion is. Religion is like stories that people made up. And you know, here and there, you might have some evidence or historical data, but these claims should be evaluated. And science goes a different way about justifying things, and religion requires a lot of faith. and doesn't really have as much justification, in my opinion.
Well, I believe, like, I get what you're saying, but it's the difference between science and the physical explanation and religion and spiritual explanation is the spiritual part is so beyond like our like we can't even comprehend it. And I feel like that's why it's so hard to explain for some, is because it's much more than just like the physical explanation of stuff, and it's like stuff beyond like we can't even think about.
Yeah. Why would you believe something that you can't comprehend?
Well, we can't explain why God created the earth. We can't explain why these things happen. We can't explain why we're here other than religion.
So why, if we can't explain how God does things, then why say God is the one that's doing things?
Well, we don't know why. We don't know why he does it, and I don't feel like science cannot explain why the world exists either.
Well, yeah. So like, science can't really tell us like what started the Earth, but it can tell us like, or well, what started the Earth is not really logical, or no, that sentence just didn't really make sense. Science can't tell us like what created everything. It could be God. It could be naturalism. Maybe like the reality around us is like eternal. But what it does do is given like the data, right? We can know what happened ever since like T0, and that's kind of like what the Big Bang tells us, right? Everything started off in a singularity that was highly dense and then expanded outwards. So we know what happened from almost T0. I'm not sure if it's exactly T0, but if you like, science can't tell us the origins, right? But religion can't tell us the origins either. And saying that we don't understand God, we don't understand how he does things, if that's the case, then like why would you say that God created the universe? Why would you put him in that space of like that's lacking understanding? Um, there's like a fallacy for this. It's called like God of the gaps. So you're just putting God in the things that you don't understand. And it's like, why would you believe in something that you can't even like comprehend? Maybe it just doesn't make sense.
Well, I feel like I get your point, but like we don't know where God came from. No one knows that except other than God himself. But I feel like that's why Jesus came, was to explain that there is a supernatural God, and he did create the world, and there is a reason why we just don't know yet.
Okay. Well, I guess I do have a guest in the guest chat, and I probably should get to him. But it was nice talking to you. And later, if I don't have any guests, you can swing back and we can continue our conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Hey guys, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Life is good. I really appreciate all of you guys being here. If you can, if you're on TikTok, please feel free to like the live, tap your screens. It helps me to get on the For You page. It helps me to get more guests in here. Thank you for the gifts. They help me to do more projects, as I've said before, and host more lives like this and produce more content. And with that, I'm just doing like 1v1 debates and talking to people today. Later, I might open it up to like a full panel. But yeah, just chilling today. Oh, his connection is not working. Oh, sorry, your connection's not working. I'm not sure I can say your name on TikTok. But if you're gonna join, please, have your make sure your connection's working. But yeah, I'm down to talk to anybody. But yeah, I'm here. I'm chilling. I'm like living life. It's good to see all you guys here, and I hope you guys are doing okay today. I'm doing okay. Recovering from a debate. It was really cool. Yesterday I debated Brody on like the problem of evil. It was really cool. Brody had like really good arguments, and like I think I did very well, but there are areas where I could have done like better. And I appreciate the opportunity, and it was a really awesome debate. I set the whole thing up. I got the judges. I wrote the script for the host. I created the rubric. I created the format. With the help of like other people. I talked to like my friends and like other people for input on like how to conduct the debate. So credit to them, like Black Labs, Megs, people that I've shouted out in my videos. But yeah, it was a really cool debate. Really good experience. Don't regret it at all. Things to learn from. And I'm gonna put on more debates in the future and host more debates. Not only will I be debating, I'll be hosting more debates. So that'll be really fun. Thank you, Bart. Bart said, "Proud of you, Coco." Well, you're proud of a loss, so that's the thing. But it's okay. Like, I just study. I just gotta study more and like get more wins in the future. So, it's been a life. It's been a life. But yeah, I'm agnostic. I'm open-minded to God existing. I'm living my life. But here, I'm gonna check my TikTok. And like, yeah, I'm always like networking with people, talking to the people that follow me, different things like that. You put it all together and presented your position well. W or L, that's still good. Yeah, I hope people learn from it. I hope people watch the debate and learn from it, learn points from my side, but also learn points from Brody's side. Brody came very educated, did a very good job. Congratulations to Brody. He earned the win, he got the win. No ill feelings on my part, just like how do I grow? How do I win someday, right? Because I want to win. And these losses are just kind of like part of the journey, part of the road, right? I don't want to be like corny or anything, but like, I don't know, Michael Jordan, one of the greatest basketball players, right? Lost basketball games. Kevin Hart, one of a really amazing comedian, he used to get booed off of stages and people threw like garbage at him. And now he like empties out football stadiums. Dwayne The Rock Johnson had like $5 in his pocket at some point. There are tons of people who just had really terrible start. Oh, Stephen Curry, one of like the best basketball players that we have today, right? When he first started his career, he was constantly spraining his ankle, and he was like pretty awful to begin with, right? But Stephen Curry now is shooting basketballs from like half court line, right, and making it. So yeah, so it's just I'm gonna take a couple losses here and there, and I'm gonna have my moments where I win. So like this whole TikTok project I've been doing, it's been like up and downs. I've had days where like I join people's lives and I kill it. I do a really good job. And then I have days where it's like, what is he talking about? Like Mr. Coco is like stupid. Like, what are you saying? So it's kind of just like up and downs, hit and misses, at least. And I read Ducre's comment. She said like it's better that you try than not try at all. Yeah, like it's better that like I'm making an effort and like putting myself out there. I don't know. A lot of people like talk shit about me, but like I don't know, they're not jumping on the stage to debate or put their reputation on the line. So like I don't know if I should take their criticisms too harshly. I'm the one who's actually like putting my name out there and like embarrassing myself and trying to be a good debater, right? While other people are kind of sitting on the sidelines. But like, I don't know, that's like what I think when it comes to some of the negative stuff that I get. But like, it is what it is. I'm trying my best and like doing what I can, I guess. But yeah. I got a guest. Not Crash.
Yo, what's good?
What's up?
Well, would you be aspired to believe in the Muslim God, Allah?
I just have to do my research when it comes to that, but yeah, I'd have to do my research when it comes to that. Today I'm only debating Christians, but feel free to come back on Tuesday. I'll be doing Casual Talk Tuesdays where I talk about like anything. And yeah, like feel free to convince me to believe in Allah.
Yes, sir, bro. Have you been making research on the Christian God too?
Say it again.
Have you been making research on the Christian God too while debating?
Yeah, like my main focus is like Christianity and atheism at the moment, but I'm interested in looking into like other gods.
Yeah. Have you taken a firm stance on what you believe in right now?
I'm an agnostic right now, so like I'm open-minded to like the Christian God existing, to like any gods existing, but I just don't have compelling evidence. And I would sometimes I say I'm an agnostic atheist because I lean towards atheism. I trust the work of scientists. I trust the data behind theories like evolution. And I'm just very skeptical of like religion because I see a lot of flaws in religion.
Well, just speaking for Christians, I'm a Muslim, but I'm speaking for Christians. What is not making you from going to Christianity?
Lots of things. One thing specifically, God is described to be like a loving father who cares for all of his creation. And like I don't really see that in regards to like his creation, right? Tons of people are suffering in the world today. And in the Old Testament, he had barbaric rules like giving certain conditions for like slavery. He gave people the commandment to unalive a guy for picking up sticks on Sunday. There were some laws against like people who are homosexual. I don't really agree with that. And there's a lot of things about God's character that I don't really approve of. I have some contradictions that I need to resolve. A lot of contradictions in the Bible regarding like Jesus's everything surrounding Jesus's resurrection and elsewhere, certain numbers being off and elsewhere. And a major reason for why I left Christianity was there was certain people.
Oh, you left it.
Yeah, I grew up Roman Catholic. I was raised Roman Catholic. And part of the reason I left Roman Catholicism was like a lot of people weren't doing that research, didn't know what they were talking about. And I just found like a lot of hypocrites in my community. And the whole thing didn't really seem real to me or like something that matched with what I was seeing in the world. I didn't really see God existing as like a loving father who actually like cares about me in this world. What I see is a lot of cruelty, and like in my darkest moments where I'm really struggling, I have to help myself. I have to pick myself out of the mud. I don't see God doing anything for me. So that's just like, I don't really see the point of God. I don't really think that God exists. I don't really think God cares about us. I don't really think God interacts with us. But there's a whole long story behind that. But that's really like the summary.
Isn't the spearhead of Christianity like free will?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Christians do this weird thing where they say like, God can't interact with the world due to free will. Well, I mean, like, this is the comment of somebody who hasn't read the Bible, right? When we look at the Bible, God is constantly involved in human affairs. God is interacting with Adam and Eve. God is interacting with Cain and Abel. God is giving Moses the power to split the Red Sea, or drop his cane on the ground and turn it into snakes, or all of the plagues and locusts that he sent after the Egyptians just so Moses could get his people free, right? God came down as Jesus and multiplied fish and bread, cured leprosy, cast demons into pigs, walked on water, brought Lazarus back from the dead. If you read the Old Testament to the New Testament, God is constantly interfering with humans' affairs. So if God really cared about free will, right, and he wanted to be hands-off, maybe we would hear like less of those things, right? But we hear tons and tons of different ways where God is like interacting with our world, and sometimes not for the betterment of society.
All right, totally, man. But when there's this analogy, right? I'm not speaking as a Muslim, but understand the Christian perspective. When you say you're a flawed man and you're trying to look at a perfect man doings, you can't really judge anything a perfect man is doing, right?
We don't really know if God is perfect. We don't really know if he exists. All I know is that like the Bible is written by men who are flawed, which is kind of weird, don't you think? Like, God knows that, like, his creation, men, are flawed, and yet God trusted these men with his word to spread to the rest of the world.
Isn't
And
the doctrine? Isn't the doctrine that they're filled with the Holy Spirit?
so like that's the thing, right? Every religion on the face of the earth claims to be filled with something from their God, especially in Christianity. Different denominations of Christianity say that, different types of religious leaders say, like, I'm filled with the Holy Spirit. The person that founded Mormonism, he thought he got a vision from angels. He thought he got the golden plates, and he was filled with the Holy Spirit. And so many different people have their prophets and stuff filled with the Holy Spirit, and they tend to like contradict each other. And also, again, like God trusted men to deliver His world to the rest of the world, and it's resulted in like mistranslations. It's resulted in the Roman Catholics charging people for penances, which then started the German Reformation, where Martin Luther then went on to start his own branch of Christianity. God trusted men with his word, and it has resulted in so much pain, torment, and spilling of blood in history, if you really look into it. And God knew all this would happen because one of the properties that God has is that he knows future propositions. He has full knowledge of everything that's going to happen, and still decided to flick the first domino and set everything in motion. So,
When knowing equal causing, though.
he knew before he created. So
Huh?
like he then proceeded to create everything how he saw it, how he knew it was going to happen.
But
Don't you think he could have created it better?
wait, are you implying that he created this to happen, or he knew it that is going to happen? Because
So I would,
Christianity is built on free will, right? And God knows it, and God just lets the subjects just do whatever they want, right?
so God knows. So my understanding is that God has full knowledge. God does exist outside of space and time, according to Christians, but at some point, God knows everything that's going to happen. He knows all the future propositions. He knows what's going to happen. He knows what's happened in the past. He knows what's happened in the present. And before he creates the first human, he already sees like the lineage, the entire lineage until the end of time of this human being. He knows that like this line of humans is going to create Schmittler. I can't say his name on TikTok, but this line of humans is going to create Schmittler, and Schmittler is going to try to like get rid of all of the Jews, right? He knows that this line of people is going to create Genghis Khan. He knew every single decision, every single person that was going to be created, and God still thought like, hey, this would be like the best reality for me to create, and chooses to create it essentially.
Would that make him a unmoral God?
I would think. I mean, I would say yeah. Because think of it in this aspect. God knew that certain people were going to get raped, and he still created a world where that would happen. So if you like imagine,
Right.
or let me ask you this question: if you saw that, like, if you created the world one way, somebody would get raped, right? And you had the power to create the world a different way, would you do it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so like any moral person, any person that like actually cares about people wouldn't create a world intentionally where people get raped.
Right, but we gotta separate the knowledge versus causation, right? Because God repeatedly says for the subjects to follow the commandments. So grape doesn't follow other one of the commandments, right?
Yeah,
And
but God
if he,
created a world where that person would exist, where that person would grape somebody else, right? And I mean, like, God could have stepped in to stop it because he steps in all the time in the Old Testament and the New
right,
Testament to stop or enact certain things.
after the New Testament, it's just full free will.
Yeah.
No, well, after Jesus's death and resurrection, this full free will. But even though I don't believe that, because what you're saying kind of goes against my Muslim beliefs, so I got to defend Christianity for a little bit.
Okay. But yeah, like why did God care so much about the people in the Old Testament and the New Testament, but when it comes to people in 2024, he kind of like left us behind?
Free will, right?
Would you say that anybody in the Old Testament or New Testament didn't have free will?
Because God was still in the world and still interacting with the world. Even though God's still interacting now, there's just total free will now compared to the New Testament, Old Testament, right?
But would you say like anybody in the Old Testament and New Testament didn't have any free will?
They definitely did. It's just that God was interacting with them.
Yeah, so free will is compatible with God's interactions, right?
But if you're going to force somebody at that point, you're going to apply that to every single standard. Back then, God had sections. Now there's no sections. You got to apply that to every single standard now.
But yeah, so like so what example of God interacting did he force anybody to make any decision?
God interacting that forced him to make any decision. Well, back in the Old Testament, there was ceremonial laws, right? And if you actually broke that law, you would get cut off, right?
Who established those laws?
God,
Did he have to establish those laws?
yes, according to his moral will, according to the Old Testament.
Can't God do anything that he wants to do?
You're right,
Like God's all powerful, right? He can do anything that he wants to do.
right?
So he doesn't have to establish certain laws. And he's established laws for worse things, right? God set laws for slavery. God instructed Moses to go get slaves from neighboring nations. Is that moral? To buy human beings from neighboring nations?
Did God actually instruct Moses to capture slaves?
Yeah. Well, not capture, but he said that he could buy slaves from neighboring nations. So buy human beings. Is
He
that
instruct-
moral?
Hold on. So God has instructed Moses to capture slaves. Wait, not capture. You said buy.
Yeah, buy.
Is there a Bible verse for this?
I can give you the Bible verse. Let's see. Objections to Christianity. Let's see. Okay, go to Exodus chapter 21, verse 2 to 11.
What was it?
Exodus chapter 21, verse 2 to 11. You got it? Thank you, Forrest, for the likes. Thank you guys for being here.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the context and all that. Is this the same slavery that was in America, or is it indentured servitude?
I've heard, and based on my research, it's both indentured servitude and the slavery in America. But there are plenty of verses where children will be passed down. So the children of slaves will be passed down generation by generation, so they're stuck in slavery for life. There are verses in the Bible where there's emotional manipulation in order to keep slaves for life. So there's a lot of things I don't really approve of God doing.
Isn't there that one Galatians verse?
Which one?
Galatians like 8 something something, where like neither man nor slave nor everybody's equal. Because I'm looking at the context. I'm pretty sure this isn't America's slavery. This is like indentured servitude. Let me see more context. Because you had the Exodus 21 7 to 11, where they're getting opportunities.
By selling their daughter to other people.
Oh, it says that women sold to slavery were protected from exploitation.
But why would you sell a woman to anyone?
So look into context. It says, right. So this type of sale isn't the type of buying. It's like the father of the woman has to be confirmed by the family too. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but like it treats women like property, right? Why can't women make their own decisions?
In ancient times, it was in ancient times and ancient history, women were considered protected by men. This isn't the same the shadow slavery. They were
Well, yeah, but
protected by men for economic reasons.
yeah, back then women were treated like property, and like men would decide like their whereabouts and stuff like that. But like, why couldn't women just like make their own decisions? And God is like all powerful; He can make rules and enforce things in which women would be like protected and stuff like that.
There were rules that protected women in the child slavery. Not child slavery, but indentured servitude.
Yeah,
There were rules and regulations.
well, I mean, you'd have to point like in the Bible where, but like also like
I got you.
but also like the thing is like women were treated like property back then, and like I mean God could have made it as to where like they weren't treated like property, and women could like decide for themselves what they wanted to do with life. And also like the thing is like God made rules for slavery, like selling and trading people around, right? But when it came to things like stealing, or when it came to things like wearing mixed fabrics, or picking up sticks on Sunday, God would command people to be like unalived or punished for those things that are not as bad as slavery. So for lesser things, God has punished people, but for slavery, He was like, let me make rules for it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to come to difference of opinion because you're saying the argument that God's all powerful, so He could have done this and that and done this. Well, I think God's all powerfulness, all 40. There's a greater reason that we just simply don't understand. So it's just gonna be a difference of opinion. I don't think I can convince you on this. But
Do you think that slavery is good given any context?
this isn't the same slavery though. This is indentured servitude.
How do you know?
Because throughout the Old Testament, New Testament, and even the Holy Quran, God provides rules and regulations like don't murder, don't beat them, don't even harm them. You shall treat them like yourself, like in Galatians 1:8. Is it Galatians 1:8? Let's see. Don't tell me I perfectly guessed that verse. That'll be amazing. Oh no, that's not Galatians 1:8.
Have you read Leviticus chapter 25, verse 44 through 46?
Leviticus chapter 25, verse 24 through 46.
Yeah, Leviticus chapter 25, verse 44 to 46.
Isn't that the Isn't that the one that's describing history? It says like your male and female slaves, and they're coming from the nations, and then it says that you can buy them as slaves, right? Is that the one?
Yeah, you can buy your slaves from neighboring nations, and also you can buy some of the temporary residents.
I think we gotta make a difference between regulation and endorsement. Hello.
Oh yeah. I'm not saying that God like endorsed it, but I'm saying that God condoned it.
Right. I feel that as if God was like, since you want this so bad, then here you can do it, but here are the rules and regulations, so you can still do it under my law, right?
But
So
so God saw slavery and saw how bad it was, and He gave them rules for how to do slavery, this bad thing that they shouldn't be doing, right? But when it came to a man picking sticks up on Sunday, he commanded his people to go like unalive him, right? And like
I'm sorry to interrupt, but wasn't that during like a holy day, and like His presence was there, right?
yeah, but picking up sticks, right? Like that's not bad in comparison to owning a human being or selling and trading human beings, right?
Wouldn't be picking up sticks. I was instructed to not do all that beforehand, right? And they did it anyways. It'll be disobeying God's law.
But do you think someone deserves to die because they picked up sticks?
If you were in the holy presence and you got instructed not to, you should have not done that.
So like there was this thing that someone taught me. There's this thing that someone taught me before I left Christianity. It was from an atheist, right? And he basically taught me that whenever you do something wrong, if someone gives you less than what you're deserving, it's called mercy. If someone gives you exactly what you deserve, it's called justice. If somebody overpunishes you, it's called cruelty. So the way that I see it is that in the Old Testament, somebody was picking up sticks on Sunday, working on a day that they weren't supposed to work, right? And God decides to take their life. I would consider that to be cruelty. That's like overpunishing somebody for a crime that's not even that bad. It could be bad. Maybe God instructed them not to do it, but I don't think someone deserves death for picking up sticks on Sunday.
If the Lord told you not to pick up sticks while His holy presence was there, would you abide by it?
Me
If you just
personally,
any Lord.
me personally, if God was in front of me and told me not to pick up sticks, I probably wouldn't pick up sticks. But the thing is that someone picked up sticks on Sunday and got unalived. People in whole like villages decided to own slaves, and God decided not to unalive them or punish them for owning slaves and selling people, but instead to give them rules on how to do it. So it's like for the more intense crime, God decided not to give them death. But for something as simple as picking up sticks, God decided to give them death.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just a difference of opinion because slavery, it was a dangerous servitude. It was basically like holding a job, but speaking of sticks, I really think that if they were, I'm pretty sure in this context, the entire, it was, the context is the children of Israel, right? It was the entire nation of Israel. They had to get, the nation of Israel got told not to do it. He did it. He got done. Yeah. I think it was justified since he didn't do it. He didn't do what the Lord said. So I think it was justified. I think it's just a pure difference of opinion, man.
Um, but nothing wrong with that. And I'll continue doing my research. I do have somebody in the guest box, so I do need to move on to my next guest. But feel free to
Oh,
come
yes,
back
yes.
when, like, feel free to come back when there's no
All
guest.
right, man. I really like listening to you. You have amazing takes, man. See you later, man.
You too. Thank you for the challenge. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going, Ed? Ed and Eddie?
I'm
Love
good,
it.
thanks. I'm not up. I didn't know you were just taking people one at a time. I just wanted to clarify on the story of the picking up of sticks. That
Okay.
so if you read the story, you can tell that they didn't know if it was a crime or not, right? They actually saw the man picking up sticks, and then they had to consult the elders, and they had to consult Moses because the Israelites didn't know whether or not picking up sticks would be a crime.
Yep.
And after consulting, I believe Moses then consulted God, or they just consulted Moses, and then Moses gave a ruling that the man has to be put to death because he's violated the law. So, if in reading the story, this man was violated for breaking a law that he didn't know he was breaking, and that the people around them didn't know was a violation. And then the second thing to that is people need to ask themselves, why would someone be picking up sticks, right? And usually you use sticks to make fire, you use fire to cook, and you use that that cook food to feed yourself. So this man wasn't probably going around picking up sticks so that he could build a house or anything of that nature. He was likely getting and collecting wood to either warm himself or feed himself. So it appears in the story that God is against people, is comfortable unaliving people who don't know they've committed a crime and who are likely trying to engage in what is called work in order to keep themselves alive.
Yeah. And that's kind of one of my objections to Christianity. People have always asked me what would it take for me to become a Christian again, and I've always specified that it would be clarification on contradictions, but also clarification on why does God do the things that God does, whether he's justified in doing the things that he does. But yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that he's justified in doing most. I think someone could present to me evidence that the God of the Bible existed, but I wouldn't still be convinced that that God isn't a liar, or that God acts morally, or that God is a just individual, because it's quite clear that they're not, right? And so they would have to explain either why those actions or those choices were somehow manipulated by man and weren't real, or I would believe that the God exists, but just not be inclined to follow them beyond them threatening my own life with eternal punishment.
That's also the thing, we don't know the mind of God. God could be lying to us, right? God could be telling us he's good and he's all this, and that, but he literally could be lying to us.
And if you read the story, he obviously, if you read the stories in the Old Testament, he obviously is doing that, right? The story of Adam and Eve, and how he tells them, on the day you eat this, you'll surely die, and then they don't die. So he lies to them, right? And as a Christian apologist, then you kind of have to massage the meaning of what the day is and what die means, and claim that it's a spiritual thing, even though while holding to this idea that the soul cannot be destroyed and therefore it needs to be eternally punished, or maybe depending on your version of hell, it's punished for a while and then destroyed. But it's not consistent with the story of creation. What's also quite clear is that God is against knowledge, so he creates dumb beings that he wants to maintain as dumb. He doesn't want them to acquire new information. He doesn't want them to acquire true knowledge, and then he punishes them for their ignorance, right? So Adam and Eve eating the fruit, specifically Eve eating the fruit, is She was just told by a different being or entity that, yeah, maybe you should try out the fruit. So it's not even disobedience at that point, because you're incapable of being obedient if you don't know or don't have the capacity to know right from wrong. So to me, that's further proof that if this God exists, that they are against knowledge and that they're a liar. And I think the nail in the coffin for me is this preaching of faith as somehow a virtue. And yeah, like if faith is by definition accepting things without evidence, um, I think it's quite clear that what this God wants is obedience. What this God wants is for us to sacrifice our free will to Him in order to receive a reward. Like Jesus didn't die for nothing, right? Like He died for 3 days, apparently to pay for sins He didn't pay for. What God really wants is allegedly He's given us free will, and He wants us to sacrifice our free will and our desire for knowledge or desire for truth independent to Him in order to receive an eternal reward where we will forever be gleeful serving Him like robots. So I think it's very ironic when Christians come up and bring up these notions of free will is as a defense for why God has done what He's done.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of problems that I need solved before Christianity even becomes like in the realm of possibility of something I would want to join again.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't know you weren't taking more than one person, but yeah, thanks for having me out.
Yeah, I'll be here for a while. I'm just chilling.
All right.
I don't think I have anybody else in the line, to be honest. Let's see. Yeah, I don't really got anybody else on the line, so I'm just chilling.
How did your debate end yesterday? Like, I think you did have a debate with a formal debate with.
Yeah, I had a debate yesterday. It was me versus Brody. Brody won. And yeah, congratulations to him. Brody did a very good job. He won yesterday's debate. I think I did a very good job, but there are obviously things I can work on and get better on, and that's just like what it is.
Was your debate on the problem of evil, or because
Yeah.
I think I joined midway through, and I think you're doing the evidentiary problem of evil rather than the logical problem of evil, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. I wouldn't argue the logical problem of evil because of what is this? If you're dealing with a divine command theorist, words don't mean words. So like evil doesn't really exist in any sense, right? It's just defined by whatever the authority says it is. So you wouldn't be able to demonstrate that even evil exists or that like because you're not using any kind of standard example of what evil even is.
I think I can sort of understand that. Okay, I can like sort of understand that, like divine command theory, in the sense that like whatever God says is true and right.
Yeah.
Well, no, like, or wouldn't that be like whatever God commands you is true or right?
Yeah, not only whatever God commands you, because the problem with divine command theory is that even the word justice, right? You'll meet Christians who will tell you, well, justice is this thing, and then you demonstrate God acting unjustly, and they'll ask you like, well, you're just a human. Why would you think to know better than what God means by justice? So in effect, like none of the words we use as humans have meaning beyond what God has allowed them to have meaning. So all the laws that God even gives, by virtue of them just being laws, are good. We don't have to look into them. God commanded them, they're good. Even if things, terrible and evil things happen, because God has a plan, it's good. And if God's involved in the plan, it's even more good. If we don't know what the plan is, we have to assume that it's good, right? So our actions really don't matter in that framework, and it's logically sound. It's just there's no utility for humans. we can't know right from wrong other than assuming that God speaks to us and tells us what's right and wrong. And yeah, so ultimately God's actions are right or wrong, and we are the ones that just fail to understand the difference between right or wrong. So yeah, it's just a weird position to take. But when people take it, like, there really isn't an argument you can levy against it. Other than pointing out that most Christians are hypocritical in their view of what's good and bad, and that they actually have an understanding or a meaning when they say good and bad.
Yeah. Let me see. Oh, Elijah asked who won the debate yesterday. It was Brody, unfortunately. But like, congratulations to Brody, and like, he did a very good job. And I could have done better, but I did think I did pretty good. But yeah, congratulations to Brody, and yeah, he won.
So what other topics are you looking to debate in the future?
I was actually thinking about that. Like, with every single debate that I'm partaking in, I feel like I'm getting better each and every single time. So like, I don't want to, like, I'm not giving up yet. Like, I'm gonna keep like debating and you know, try to get more wins. I was thinking like I could debate divine hiddenness. Um, I was thinking about debating J Rob on whether God interacts with our world in 2024. Like, that would sort of be a divine hiddenness, like a debate, but like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if
Basically,
you're
yeah, like anything I'm reading, basically reading on or doing research on, would be interesting.
do you see yourself debating like doctrines like the free will idea, or what's the Trinitarianism? What else is there?
I could do that. There
The
is like a first
concept of
problem.
salvation.
Yeah, like there is a problem of like the Trinity. There's a counting problem of the Trinity, but I'd have to like do more research on that. I could do like Jesus' resurrection. I could do, did Jesus perform miracles in the Bible? There's like so many different like topics
Yeah,
like to debate. And yeah, like I feel like I want to explore them all, and I want to see if I can win or lose. Elijah says, so Brody won, but you're still an atheist. Okay, lol. Yeah, I'm agnostic. Just because like I lose a debate doesn't mean that like I'm gonna transform to Christianity. Like,
why does Brody think winning and losing a debate means that we've uncovered claims made in the, well, yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to goad it into nonsense.
that was Elijah's comment. But yeah, like just because you lose a debate, debates aren't necessarily methods for finding the truth, but they are methods for like showcasing like different points and perspectives, but also mainly rhetoric skill.
Yeah, it's really just about how well you are, how skillful you are at making a point, using the time available to you, and redirecting questions in order to get people to answer things and think about the things you want them to think about, and not the things you don't want them to think about. Like, a good debater should be able to debate any topic, right? Doesn't mean that they hold that topic to be true to them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you'd still remain an atheist after losing a debate.
Yeah.
Which is weird because Christians lose the debate all the time. I think more Christians lose debates than atheists, but somehow they're out here walking these streets trying to save our souls.
Yeah, that's true. Like Christians lose debates too. I'm not sure if they lose more than atheists, but like
I do think they lose more than atheists, yeah. Because, again, the reason why they lose more is not necessarily that most of them are bad debaters, which many of them are. Many don't read their book. But the reason why they lose more is just
I'm
because
here to prove the Christian God.
they're making a lot more claims that they have a burden to defend, right? And a non-believer can just be like, yeah, I don't believe that. That sounds like nonsense. And because they didn't do enough work to defend their enormous, unprovable claim, they lose.
Yeah, that's okay, son.
Bro,
I'm mad at you for coaching Brody. Like,
It was a good debate.
It was a good
Not, and I'm not just saying that because he won. I'm saying that because like it was. I actually think it was good.
I feel like if I tweaked a couple of things, I could have won the judges over. It wasn't like a landslide, but like it was, but like it wasn't. You know what I mean? Like it was like 5-0, but I feel like if I had tweaked a couple of things, it could have leaned in my favor.
Yeah.
But it's fine. It's like a learning lesson, and I'm gonna look over the footage and get better and continue to debate.
I'm willing to. Well, I mean, I know I always say this, and like I'm always like, I'll go through this stuff. Like if you're like, I know you probably want to take a break from like talking about it on lives and all of that, but I'm willing to go through Brody's position with you pretty in depth if you want to, because like, I mean, well, there are multiple views, I guess, to build up critiques towards, but just so you actually know what his view is, and then you can make critiques based on that view.
I might just talk to you about like what his approach was, like what you told him, and not because like mainly just for my education, because like I want to learn like, oh, okay, like I'm learning the atheist stuff and the atheist arguments, but also like let me look into like the Christian stuff and the Christian argument and see like which one is like the better idea or like has better points. He said stuff about like wait, do you also believe that like all evil is simply for like sainthood? That it's all for like creating saints essentially? Is that like a universal Christian belief?
That's not a universal Christian belief. I mean, it's like the idea of fostering saints is kind of pulled from Christian doctrine, but I mean, a Christian can use whatever theodicy they want. They don't. It doesn't have to be that one, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Is this Man to Man Monday?
Yeah, it's Man-to-Man Mondays. 1v1s, but no, there's no one here. It's boring, and well, I mean, like, no, I've loved my time with Ed, and Eddie, but like, there's no people coming up to debate me. I've had like 3 debates this evening. But, hey, Autumn, good to see you. But I love Autumn's lives, by the way. Let me just say that they're really cool. I pop in there from time to time. But what's up, sir?
Well, not a lot. I just came up here to make sure Casey doesn't say anything dumb.
Keep him in check. Damn, it was. Life is good. I can't wait for my next debate. I want to like win. I want to redeem myself. I do have to make a video. Yeah, I'm gonna make a video and like congratulate Brody, and then I'm gonna also like be honest and tell everybody like my debate record, which is basically I think I've had 1 win, and it was a formal debate against Russell, and then I've had I lost to Brody. I lost to.
What was the debate with Russell on?
It was. I forgot what it was on. I think it was
Problem of Evil, right?
I think it was Problem of Evil.
What was his defense?
I don't know.
Wasn't it soul building?
Yeah, something like that. But he's also an open theist.
I'm just like, all I know is, yeah, I'm more than willing to go over with like what I've taught Brody towards you, because after seeing every single person talk about what, because I mean, most of this is coming from Than, and then Than's getting this from a select few people, but I mean, everyone just seems to like be misunderstanding what, and that's not anyone's fault, because I'm not saying that Brody, even though Brody won and people thought he did better, that doesn't mean that everything I tried to teach him, he was actually sitting up there and articulating correctly. So there was some problems with that, but yeah.
But I feel like I won and beat Russell 1 time, but then Russell wanted a rematch, so we rematched, and then I lost to Russell the 2nd time. So I've lost to Russell. Yeah, I have it in my computer. I have my debate record in my computer.
Your best bet because I know you're trying to focus on like atheological arguments, like the problem of evil and the problem of divine hiddenness. I'll talk to you. I mean, you can still like, go more into those, but if you're staying on the religious topics, you should just stick to does God exist, which will make people who want to debate you, like you'll get more used to like people just trying to present, actual evidence towards you rather than you trying to find some internal problem within the doctrine itself. It'll like you won't be putting yourself in some affirmative position to make a case. You'll be the one kind of sitting back and waiting for the evidence to be presented towards you.
Yeah, and then you'll see that all the arguments are really bad.
Actually,
Yeah, and then I'll have to show you how they're actually good. But
actually, I didn't lose to Rasul.
Well, wait, how did you figure? Did you have judges or something, or how did you determine?
Yeah, for all of those, they were formal debates with judges.
The judges scored it a tie?
Yeah. Shark was one of the judges, and he was being a goofball. And he said, I'm just going to vote for Angel Investor. And I'm like, kind of fucked the whole thing up. But I think maybe he believed Angel Investor debated better than I did. That's fine.
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't even know. Maybe not even keep track of the record.
I mean, like, I do it because, like, I don't know. Like, I've won.
Yeah, well, I mean, just keep it to yourself.
I mean,
I'm sure he'll
Look,
get
Coco.
more people who want easy wins if he tells people.
Coco, I want to see you win, bro. I want to see you win, and I want to see you understand. Okay, so you need to put yourself in a debate not on if God exists, because what someone can come with you with can be really random, and also you don't want to get into debate with someone who runs tag. You should do what you kind of did with Amdir and look for like a debate on fine tuning, and then I'll teach you every single knockdown response that the atheists have to fine tune. And then like I promise you, regardless of whether or not they even work, the person you're debating is not gonna, they're not gonna be.
Let me get Than in here.
I think, like,
When are you free to debate Than on fine tuning, Coco?
Don't do that.
No thanks. I'll lose. But I would say that I want to win debates, but I think like my main goal is just like I want to be this really smart person. Like I want to study the atheist arguments, I want to get like the strongest atheist arguments, and I want to get like the strongest Christian arguments. And I want to look at both and decide like which thing I'm going to believe in, basically.
What?
Yeah, like I want to see the strongest version of atheism go against the strongest version of like Christianity.
Wait, you're still trying to figure out what you believe?
I'm agnostic. Yeah, I don't know what to believe in. Like,
Wait. How can you be okay? I understand being agnostic about sort of like God claims existing, but at this point, I'm like being agnostic about like many of these different versions of Christianity. I think is just like pretty much like wild to me, right? Like a lot of these arguments that Christians make are in a defensive position, and many of them are just like bad.
Well,
Like they're just bad.
I don't see a problem with someone being agnostic. I just don't understand how someone that engages with the material this month could still be agnostic.
Agnostic about the
Yeah.
Christian God. That's the thing. Like you could be agnostic about other versions of God that you haven't encountered. Like I get that, but like when you encounter people who are like,
A lot of people think that like a lot of people that don't even hold to a religion would say that if a religion were to be true, it would be most likely Christianity.
I don't know. I disagree with that. I think they say that because that's the only religious concept that they're exposed to, some kind of like monotheistic, and then they compare between Judaism and Islam. That's why they say that, right? They're not exposed to all these oneness, all these Eastern type religious theologies because of the culture and the context that they live in, and many of those, while a lot of them are based in like lots of like airy fairy soul yoga spiritual type stuff nonsense, they actually seem to be more consistent with what you'd expect out of like a being that isn't centered by God's desires. So, like, yeah, I get why they say Christianity, but that's because this Christianity is popular in the Western world. And they're not
Mhm.
exposed to so many different other versions of creators. Um,
Well, that could
Yeah.
be the reason, but they also might just find Christianity more convincing.
True.
convincing in relation to what, right?
Well,
Well,
you
to
can like
the
examine what you think a God would
non-Christian,
do, and a lot of people think that the
Yeah.
types of things that are observed in Christianity resemble the types of things that God would do. And by types of things, I'm not talking about when you nitpick, some Old Testament text or something like that. I'm talking about like the kind of central thesis that's given. Some people would say, if I were to imagine a God existing, it would make sense to me that a God would, become incarnate. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that personally, and I'm a Christian, but I'm just saying like some people have these types of intuitions.
Again, what you think a god would do, your sample set has already been limited by what you've been told God's nature, what potential natures God can have, what potential desires
well,
God
you
would
don't
have.
have you don't have intuition pumps about what a god would do.
I'm agnostic fully. Like I don't know what God would, but if the different types of sets
Okay,
that I'm
so if
exposed to, right,
I
make
say if I wait, you're telling me that if I say God would do something, it doesn't get your intuition pumps going about whether or not God would do that. Like
it. No, it
if
does. I'm just saying that the set of
okay,
possibilities is more limited for Westerners, right? You have a limited set of the things that you are considering God could do that meet your intuitions. And if you're exposed to many different theological versions of God or gods, you've got first of all, the sample size is larger, and you have a tougher your conclusion becomes harder. And I just think most Westerners, most people who've lived in colonial societies, have been exposed to monotheism. So when picking which monotheism they like, Christianity happens to have a nice guy who came along and died for you. And that's so compelling. That sounds nice and sweet, right?
yeah.
That sounds like something that you'd want to believe, especially if this God came and he sacrificed himself for you. And those things, while compelling, are a limited sample set of what a God could potentially do.
Yeah, those kind of ideas just might be more convincing to somebody.
True, they are convincing, but if you're considering a set of behaviors from God and there's only three, as opposed to there's 25, you're more likely to pick the one that's compelling on a set of three than to pick that same when you've considered
I'm a little
25.
confused by like a set of three abilities. It wouldn't like anything other than this would just kind of be a deviation away from this. But most theists would just stipulate God as like omnipotent, can do all things. And then if you're gonna say that would like kind of fray away in the
Again,
East.
that's a notion that's pretty much prevalent in monotheism, right? There's versions of God that manifest from God's death. Like people think that like God is a being and got bored with his existence, and so he unalived himself, like in some kind of spiritual sense and physical sense, and the creation of matter and consciousness are a result of his decomposition. And so we are all part of that God thing that is no longer unified, but now spreading. And maybe one day it'll collapse within itself and unify itself to experience itself again, right? And to me, that would seem more consistent with what I know about reality, right? But that's not part really. Those notions are not exposed to most monotheists. They're exposed to a parental God. And so if you're exposed to a parental God, you want that parental God to be good and nice to you. And then you'll pick the nicest one. And Christianity happens to be the nicest one of the parental gods.
He is called like the shepherd, right? So it's kind of like we're livestock.
Oh yeah, a lot of it, like there is like a lot of like nonsense within it because you raise livestock to shear it and eat it. But the metaphor does hold true to people who want this like protector who want that protected to be an individual, to have a mind, to care about you specifically. Like all of those ideas and notions are things we're exposed to within Western culture, usually from birth. And in other cultures, those things exist, but they have pantheons. In other cultures, they don't even have a specific mind that cares about humanity. It cares about the existence of all life equally. They don't center humans in their ideas of God. So those people are less likely to pick Christianity as the more convincing one, because their references for what gods can do within their culture are more broad.
I mean, I think you have a point.
So like, what's the strongest argument that religion has right now? Because it's not tag.
It's
Oh
definitely.
God, tag is embarrassing. Like
I mean, what kind of arguments you deploy are just going to be dependent on your theory.
Yeah, but tag is really bad. Tag has a huge gap. Like the connection between this God is necessary for all of these transcendentals and that God being the Christian God. Yeah, there's a huge gap there. That I see most people who run tag do not want to talk about the Bible. They hate talking about the Bible, right? And then there's that whole misdirection of like how atheists don't have a coherent worldview, but they can't in their own argument demonstrate it. They rely on asking the person they're critiquing, well, can you demonstrate that atheism is coherent? And by your failure, therefore my argument is valid. I think there's something unsound about that.
Go for you then, man. Somebody hits you with that where you don't have a coherent worldview where you can know anything because they think that God gives you the ability to know. What's your defeater for that?
Prove to me that God exists.
I mean, yeah, you can push the burden of proof back onto them, but here's the quick and easy way to refute them. You basically just say, what information can you gather without outside information that's coming into you from some method, senses or divine revelation or whatever? You have to rely on outside information to come in, and you have no way of verifying that information is real.
It's actually very true, actually.
Yeah.
Say, hey, what about divine revelation or like messages from God? Well, like, the messages from God are going to be a feeling or an image or text or words or something that's going to be given to you. You didn't make it up yourself. It's given to you. So how do you verify it's real?
But also, wouldn't they just say that God created their senses and gave them senses to verify these things?
You're using your senses to verify your senses. So your worldview is incoherent.
Or like you're using your senses to verify the way that God communicates with you.
I heard this whole it collapses into global skepticism because literally the only thing you can verify is that like maybe you exist, but beyond that you have no justification to know that any information that you're claiming to be knowledge is not something that you're being misled about, because you have to conclude that God might have higher purposes that are beyond your understanding.
Yeah.
So he could just be lying.
You know what I need to do soon? You know what I like legitimately need to do? Because like this project is actually supposed to like get me somewhere. Like this controversial thing. Like I know people are like, no, he's probably never gonna become a Christian. But like this controversial compass project I'm doing, this whole TikTok channel I'm doing, is supposed to actually like answer my questions about like Christianity and see whether like Christianity is something I could take seriously and maybe join back one day, or I just might end up being a stronger atheist, or like I might end up diving into the deep end of atheism and just being like a hardcore atheist. One thing I need to do is like write out like all my problems with Christianity, like every single one, and then do research and see if like Christianity solves those problems. But then I also should like find more problems, like find more stuff from atheism and see if Christianity has an answer to those things. But again, the goal is to see like the strongest version of Christianity butt heads with the strongest version of atheism, and see which one is the better idea or better world.
The strongest argument for Christianity is the one that's like never mentioned in these arguments, and it's really about like infinities and like the start, right?
Hell no.
The infinities, the
Of time is probably the worst thing for both sides. And if you were to find God as a reason, or find God as the reason for the start, I think that's a better proposition than saying like, well, things are complex, so therefore God, or you can't actually know anything because you have to use your senses to know things which are subjective. So the only way to have objective knowledge is through God, which is another circle dump thing. Like the only thing that really is left standing now that we know so much through science is really just the beginning of time and how time works.
Wait, sir, it's only been a year and a couple months. Okay, chill, everybody. I've been doing this.
My bad.
My life.
You've been
Not
saying the
really.
same thing for a long time now. That's
Yeah, no, I'm joking.
yeah.
Lots of stuff on my to-do list. Lots of books to read on my to-do list.
You know, there's a lot of people that I respect on here that are either theist or atheist, that they're just really direct and they're really honest about the conversation. Because a lot of people's tactics are to redirect the conversation and steer away from whatever the problem is. But some of these guys on here, make sure you follow them when you notice them. They'll be direct and they'll be like, yeah, that is a problem. Well, this could be a solution, instead of just, you know, scapegoating and going to another topic.
Yeah. But here, Dr. Drops, and she's connecting now, Shiesty Girl. Does anyone want to debate me, or does anyone got any questions for me? Feel free to ask.
Hell yeah, let's
I
debate.
I was I heard you say you had some questions about Christianity, so I was gonna answer a few, uh,
At
if
the
I can.
moment, at the moment, I don't have any like particular questions about Christianity, but I'm doing research on Christianity and atheism and trying to figure out which one is the better idea to believe in. Me personally, I'm an agnostic. Sometimes I identify as agnostic atheist because I lean towards atheism and science. Those things seem to explain the data and the world around me better than theism does. But first and foremost, I'm an agnostic. I represent the agnostic team. So, woo woo, agnostics.
Well, I think saying you prefer like science and whatnot over religion, for like the origin of the world or something like that. I think that's a categorical error, because well, at least when we're talking about Christianity, it's not here to tell you science. It's two completely different arts. It's explaining day-to-day life, how one ought to live in their day-to-day life and their morals, rather than the sciences of the world. Some of the early scientific fathers were Christians who were driven by their drive of figuring out God's world. And there's many scientists today who are Christian or religious. So I don't think it's something of either or. I think that's like creating a false dilemma there.
Well, I would say that there are a lot of things scientifically that contradict with Christianity, but also like Christianity makes claims about like the origin of our universe and like what made our world and like how we got here, right? Like Genesis, which I do have to do more research on Genesis because it could be like I doubt it's a literal account, but it is sort of a allegory. But it says like God created the world in 7 days and made certain things in a certain order. And so like the religion does make claims of certain things in regards to our origins, right? To some extent. Like,
So
while science like looks at the data and tries to come up with explanations for our origins, so they're both trying to achieve the same goal.
no, they overlap a little bit, but because there's an overlap doesn't mean there's the same goal. The Bible is clear in letting us know that our life has meaning because a God exists and made us.
Yeah.
Whereas science is explaining a process of how life came to be. In any case, even science reaches a point where they just cannot further test anything or go any further because we can only test things that are measurable, tangible, etc.
Yeah.
And when we're speaking of before the Big Bang, we don't really know what that is. Some say it's God of the gaps, but it's a very plausible idea of a being prior to that. But in any case, when you spoke of the Genesis account, there's biblical literalists who take that passage there of Genesis 1 literally, but there's also those that take it to be metaphoric of how could God created the world. But the center point is that the meaning of life is coming from a divine being rather than a historical account. There's many other things that are a stronger case for historical accounts than Genesis 1.
Oh yeah,
Can
definitely.
I ask though?
Yeah, there are literalists. There are people who think it's like a metaphor, an allegory. The reason I say it's an allegory is because I have to go do a refresher on the videos that I watched. But like, given the culture and like the individuals who wrote Genesis, um, they were sort of speaking in an allegory sense. They didn't mean that God literally created the world in like 7 days. They didn't mean like there's a lot of things that aren't supposed to be taken literally there when you study the context and the cultural way that they told stories back then. I have to go do a refresher on like what I learned about that. But granted, I feel like science is looking at the data, trying to figure out like how our world came to be, how we came to be. Hence, like theories or ideas like abiogenesis and stuff like that. But if I was to be a Christian and read the Bible and ignore science, right, there would be some entailments from Christianity that God created us, that God is the start of everything and set everything in motion, and it makes certain claims about our world and says certain events happen. So I think like science tries to uncover why we're here, the truth about our world, but then also religion makes claims as well about our world, saying that we're all coming from God and we have this like purpose and there's this God watching us that has all these properties and did all these things in the past. So maybe they don't try to explain our world in the same way, but there is a little bit of overlap in what they're intending to do per se. I can agree with that.
So a guy I heard, his name is Cliff Connect. He gave an analogy that's comparable when we're speaking about religion and science. The analogy that he gave is that when you take science tells us if you take strychnine and pour it into someone's drink and they drink it, they'll probably die. But science doesn't tell you whether or not you should put strychnine in one of your family members' drinks so that you can inherit their money. So this is it's sort of addressing two different categories. Religion comes to tell us how we're supposed to live our life from a day-to-day basis, how we ought to treat one another, what it means to fulfill our meaning in human life, when science is just purely explaining a process. There isn't a tell of meaning. There's no scientist that tells you this is the meaning of life according to science. It's just a process of how life is and how we are now. But when we're talking about religion, it's explaining morals, why people get upset when we witness like a mass unaliving happen. What is the meaning of that? Why do we get so upset at that? Why do we get outraged at these things? If you're looking at it from a scientific standpoint, there's not really any morals or anything in there, but there is an overlap. However, the overlap is not making it contrary to one another.
Can I make a comment on this?
Go for
Yeah,
it.
go ahead.
So I think the reason why, and I think Coco's alluding to it too, is that we can't deny that science and religion are both making claims about reality. But science is a process that we've created in order to find out what is true, and religion unfortunately does make claims that are scientific. And so, if those claims that are scientific are exposed to be lies, it has deep consequences for the truth claims of the things that follow within religion. Because again, we cannot deny that religion makes claims about reality that can be tested by science. So if the claims are lies, and the people who are making the claims make claims about morals, it gives us reason to doubt those moral claims themselves too, right? And this is why I think many Christians will push up against science, because they a lot of their moral claims, a lot of their philosophical claims about human value are tied to humans being somehow prized and centered in God's eyes. So the moment you believe that we share the same value as monkeys, or the moment we believe you share the same value as a banana, all of those moral claims are now in question, right? So that's the main issue as to why science and religion, while sharing claims, people challenge them, and especially why many religious people resist science, because a lot of your worldview will be in question if the claims are proven to be untrue. But I agree that science isn't in the domain of discussing ethics and morals, and all of that is in philosophy, right? Philosophy has influenced science. There's a whole field in science and philosophy, and there's a whole field in psychology for this, right? And there are valid claims there too. But I think religion, especially Christianity, fails in that regard as well, because if you take the historical claims to be true about what Yahweh says and does and how he views people, I think that's a huge problem for the ethics and morality that Christianity proposes. And how many Christians solve this is by ignoring the God of the Bible, by claiming that they only want to read the New Testament version because that's more palatable, right? They'll ignore it by saying that there's metaphor when there isn't. And again, all of those actions of excusing immoral things that they view as immoral within their text lend doubt to the credibility of the text.
My man, I couldn't disagree with you like anymore. The Western world's rise of secularism and humanism is like deeply founded in Christianity. When we talk about the abolition of slavery, for example, there's I gotta find the book that I was reading about this. Like a large number of them were Christians that were going against slavery. When you look
They
at
were
Martin
going
Luther King,
against
we
them.
got just give me a second. When we have folks like Martin Luther King, for example, who was a civil rights activist in the United States, an icon. This was a Christian man. He was a pastor. When we
And
talk
Malcolm
about
X,
in the
what was
United,
he?
when we just give me, I said, so I mentioned religion in general of being something that addresses ethics and stuff like that. I'm addressing your specific claims that you made against Christianity. So bringing up Malcolm X is not really like changing my point here. I'm addressing the points you made about Christianity, suggesting there's some type of like flaw in Christianity's morals. Now we can discuss certain Christian morals that you might be saying, but in terms of historically, I couldn't disagree with you more. The Western world, to the humanism and even the rise of secularism that we have, is because Christianity wasn't a religion that um, you know, suffocated free thinking and institutions independent of Christianity and people to also have their own morals. When you look at other sides of the world, in the East, where religions such as Islam is prominent, there is a huge suppression of any other type of moral humanism, um, secularist ideas, and things of that nature. So I couldn't disagree with you more in any case. And when we look at when we look historically as well, when Christianity was on the rise in the West, the places that it took over, we find that there are high rates of literacy. There were hospitals because you had these Christians who believed that they had to help heal people. So the modern world that we live in today is in large part as well due to a lot of Christian morals throughout history. Now, you said
Again,
at the very
that
beginning, just
wasn't
give
my
me 1 second,
critique, though.
just give me 1 second, just give me 1 second.
3 minutes.
At the very beginning, come on, man, he spoke for a while. Like I can't even like speak a little
Sorry I
like
interrupted you.
to.
Please go ahead,
So
Dr. Gross.
in the very beginning, you mentioned that religion is making like scientific claims. So from what I know, like I'm going through seminary right now, as I'm dual enrolled, and in seminary we're not taught that religion, whether we're taught looking at it from a Judaic standpoint or a Christian standpoint, that it's coming here to make specific scientific claims that we ought to go into the universe and verify as a scientific claim. Like that's never been a thing. Almost anything in the Bible that you might take it to be necessarily scientific, that wasn't the purpose of the author writing it down, because they weren't so concerned with science. So again, when we're speaking of religion or the scriptures in the Bible, they don't come to make scientific claims. That is a categorical error to judge it by a standard of which it was not intended. You can't say because it may have. Let me give you an example. I have met someone before who said, because in the Old Testament Yahweh said that if women are going through their menstrual period, they're therefore unclean and cannot approach the temple. They look at it and say, well, when we look at it medicinally, it's not necessarily unclean to make someone unpurifiable. It's just, blood access going out. If they wash themselves, they should be clean. That is holding it to a standard in which it was not intended. When the Bible is speaking of, menstrual being unclean in the Old Testament, it's a ceremonial thing, not a scientific thing. So that's a categorical error to measure it up to something which it was not intended for. For us to critique the book, we have to critique it to the standard in which the authors intended it to be, not what we hold it to be from various other thoughts.
And again, I think that then you must have missed my criticism. My criticism isn't that religion has no right to make these claims. My criticism is that both science and religion make claims about reality. And some of the religious claims just happen to fall into the answerable domain of science. Even if you were to say that we're not reading it within the correct intent, I do believe that are intents from the authors who are writing that unfortunately cross into an area where science can investigate and question. And if and when it does, because that happens multiple times in the Bible, it just lends to the credibility of which of those two answers about reality comport with reality. And in many cases, religion fails, right? And I agree with you. Science is not in the position of providing moral answers and moral claims. You talked about humanism. In that conversation, we're now talking about culture, not about the truth nature of that religion. Because again, you brought up Martin Luther King, and I asked you how about Malcolm X, because people seem to forget that a Muslim was part of the civil rights movement too, right? Again, you brought up slavery. A good example of the slavery is that what was done in the Old Testament. In my view, people who adopted many of the values that came with secularism and humanism, yes, happened in a cultural context of Christianity, but in spite of many of the beliefs that Christians held at the time, right? So again, it's not so much that Christianity has no value, it's that Christians and Christianity make claims about reality that should be and are questioned by philosophy and are questioned by science. And sometimes they aren't the best answers, right? They aren't the best solutions to the problems we have about the existence in our reality. And that's just a fact.
And I actually almost I don't know where you're at now, so you're gonna have to give me specific examples. What reality is Christianity making that overlaps with science to be verifiable?
So again, we can argue about it being metaphor or not. This idea that human beings are created in God's image with God's desire to create them has fueled this doctrine that humans were specifically designed separate from other creatures and animals, right? And that we're not a product of death and improvement over natural selection, right? So those two ideas, regardless of whether or not what metaphor is being used, have very deep consequences. And it's a huge struggle for many Christians to believe that they have equal or somehow they share the same genetic ancestor as a dog. That's a huge problem for how we've placed ourselves and our moral value within the universe and how God likes us and how God cares for us. That has a huge problem for the doctrines that follow. right? And so many people will reject that. They'll come up with this idea of microevolution to swim around the fact that we share genetic components with other animals, and the process in which we have human beings have come upon this planet is through a violent process of death and selection. It's just not compatible with doctrines that Christians want to propose about our value as humans, right? So to say that they're
So
not, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, so I again like so you haven't really described like if you're mentioning the idea that being made in God's image is overlapping with science, like that's a grave mistake. When we make a claim about God, God is an immeasurable, untangible, invisible being, all which falls under a category that science cannot verify. So how your initial thought was that it overlaps with science and is verifiable by science. Again, like I said
Other
early
things in the
on, and
Bible.
like I said, yeah, we could get to other things in the Bible, that's fine, but I'm addressing what he's saying right now. When we again there's biologists that are Christians. My biology teacher that I knew my sophomore year of college was Christian, and she was teaching us of humans having a common ancestor. Like there's no necessary conflict having to be made there. One can simply view that the processes that came by science could have been powered by a being prior to it, aka God. Like there isn't a mutual exclusivity there.
There
That there's many
isn't, I
Christians,
agree. There isn't,
right?
but then we have to throw out many of the revelation by the people who are claiming to speak from God, because they, when they were writing, believed these false things to be true. They even claim that God tells them to do things, right? And I get it. There's many Christians that are heretical out there that have washed away a lot of the revelation from God in order to make the worldview make sense, right? But we're discussing the claims about that are the foundational pillar for the doctrine, right? And if you are making claims about reality that are false, and you're saying God is the one telling you about these claims and then they're false, we now have no reason to believe you when you say you should love your neighbor. Sure, I can from my vantage point, I can say, yeah, it's a good thing to love your neighbor, but I have no reason to believe that you heard that from God, right?
So I mean, we could get into the discussion of that, but if we're talking about being made in God's image and things of that nature, like that's unverifiable by science. Like that there is purely in the realm of philosophy. When we have like when we speak of philosophy, like that just jumps into the realm of philosophy where science like can only like touch in a couple percentages. Like it doesn't really step into that realm there. So can we discuss maybe something else in the Bible that you may view
Sure.
conflicting?
Like for me, I think it's God's nature that's in question as well. Like we can, an example would be the global flood. So what's your position? Is it something that existed in reality, or is it metaphor?
I believe that it was something that happened, but I hold much interpretation that it was like a local flood,
Right.
which archaeological data supports.
Yeah, but the text says it's a global flood, so whoever wrote it was a liar, right?
No, so you would have to just understand biblical hermeneutics. So when we speak of the whole world, even in the ancient Near East, when they spoke of the whole world, they weren't grasping that they were talking about North America or Asia or far further parts of Asia, um, and places like South Africa. When we're thinking about it today, we
Yeah,
of course have a bigger grasp of the world around us. To them, as far as they knew, was the whole world, and we have texts
correct.
that kind of verify that.
They were making claims about reality that were false out of ignorance, right? They thought this flood was happening throughout the whole world, and that's a lie. It didn't, and they wrote it as though it happened throughout the whole world. But even if we're going to take it as a localized flood, there's markers in the story that should be red flags. One of them being the taking of between 2 and 6 clean animals into the boat, right? We know biologically you cannot repopulate any kind of like ecosystem with just 2 of every animal. You need more than that, right? Given what we know about genetics. So unfortunately, the story just has holes in it. The story points to something being untrue, not true. The fact that these people thought it was a global flood when it wasn't. These people are speaking on behalf of God when they clearly are not, right? So, yeah, God could still exist. But why are these people lying about a flood happening throughout the world? Why are they lying that somehow they can repopulate an ecosystem with between 2 and 6 animals? Those are just lies. It's
So
clear that they're
again,
ignorant of what they're talking about. They don't know the reality that they're describing, and yet they claim to speak for a God who knows everything about reality. And that's a
right. So
problem.
when so even when we're reading skeptical writers who do biblical hermeneutics, if you look at a certain writing that doesn't fit into your cultural view and therefore you deem malicious, malicious thought process or malicious intent of the authors, it's a little ethnocentric because you're taking something outside of its cultural context and then you're applying
Actually,
it to
hold on,
your
pause
cultural
real quick.
context.
Kay, you're making a lot of noises on the panel. Are you here for something or? Okay, yeah, you're done.
That's a troll. All right, so um okay, let me get my thoughts. All right. So yeah, taking something that was, culturally written a long time ago and applying it to modern cultural standards is ethnocentric. This is why there's whole classes of biblical literature and biblical reading, and this didn't even start today. Even in the ancient world, in Judeo practices, they had schools where they taught proper hermeneutics because you had to read the language in a certain context, in a certain culture for you to actually grasp what they were trying to say, not so that you can pull it out and judge it by your own measure is the issue. When we speak
But
of
Dr. Drops, we're talking about the global flood. Why did it happen? Okay, it's a regional flood. Why is it happening? There's a reason given, right?
yeah, the reason given in the text was that God was judging the people
Why was he judging the people?
because of the evil that the people were doing.
Right, the people were doing some kind of evil. So why? What was this in wiping out the people in this region? What was he trying to prevent and solve? Like, why
The
didn't he
thing
just
that
wipe all of them out?
God did wipe all of them out in the text. I don't really get what.
Because the text again, I'm trying to marry this whole notion of it being a regional flood when the story doesn't even say that, right? God is unhappy with human beings. He says that they're evil. He wants to wipe all of them out. Unfortunately, human beings live on a globe. He wants to wash all of the humans out. Some apologists will claim that it was also in part because of Nephilim. So the intention of God is to reset humanity as well as life by picking the righteous and the chosen ones to not be part of that group. That's the intent of the story. That's the intent of what the author is trying to communicate to us, right? So when we
But what does that have to like? I'm not getting to your point specifically. So there's, like I said, there's hermeneutics, which we use in
hermeneutics are
order
not going
to
to save us
understand the
here.
text.
Hermeneutics are not going to
So,
save us here because again,
so if we're saying hermeneutics, which is the art of interpreting the text to understand what it's saying, is not going
no,
to
no,
help
no.
us,
It's
then that's
no,
being
no.
disingenuous to the discussion altogether.
Because the art of interpreting the text is you're doing it in not such a way as to help us understand what the author was trying to say. You're doing it in such a way as to move away from a clear the author was trying to say something that does not comport with reality. That's my claim, right? And you
What
are
is the
trying to
evidence that you have to know what the author's intent were?
you're claiming it's a regional flood when the author is saying it's a global flood. Either
Okay,
way,
but I asked you a simple question. Where are you coming from to say that you have proper, um,
whatever
proper?
interpretation I get, it's not going to comport with reality. What I'm saying is the author had a limited understanding of what reality was and told a story that does not comport with reality, right? no matter what we do with the Noah's Ark story, you're still going to come away with problems because the person who wrote the story had limited information. So we in the 21st century coming up with this whole, oh, we understand how the world is larger than it is and the mountains are bigger than it is, are just exposing the fact that the author was ignorant about reality in writing of their story. That's it.
Sir, the
Right?
writing of the story is not coming to give us 21st century science. That is taking it out of its proper intention. We know that the writers in the Bible, like I'll be the first one to tell you, I've been religious my whole life, that I have a better understanding of the earth than most characters inside of the Bible, because I understand the earth better than the characters of the Bible. There's the story of Joshua in the Bible where he's praying to God and he asks God to make the sun stand still so that he can fight the battle. We know that the sun does not rotate around the earth, but we rotate around the sun. These are more evident of showing that this was events that people were actually doing, and it's reflecting what they used to think at the time. It would be way more suspicious if we had someone in from 3,000, 4,000 years ago that was somehow talking about the earth not moving whilst it was rotating around the sun, and saying adequate scientific stuff. This is actually one of the things when historians are reading ancient
But
texts.
Dr. Drop, like
Just give
the
me one
sun.
second. This is actually one of the things that historians, when they're reading ancient texts, can tell if there's a forgery or if there's been a manipulation. If someone from an ancient time demonstrates something that we would have known nowadays and they wouldn't have been able to grasp, then we know that there's some wrong going on here. So I already
Yes,
I already admit that the people in the Bible don't have a scientific understanding because they were not trying to give us
yes.
scientific
And
claims.
so we can conclude that the sun didn't stop moving in the sky and that the people are bullshitting because they don't know how reality works,
No,
right?
it's not that the folks were
Because the world
BSing.
can't stop
The problem
rotating
is
around the
that
sun. We would all die. And the sun can't
so
stop moving in the sky, right? So it has to be some kind of metaphor, right? But then the question
so
is, did these
no.
people know it was metaphor or were they cooking up a story?
So no, when we're discussing a supernatural being who has been claimed to create the world, they can
Hmm.
they can defy the laws in which we know. Now, when we're talking about the individual Joshua who was talking, of course there is a reflection of him with a misunderstanding of science because he didn't have adequate scientific understanding. That is something
Yes.
that almost any Christian or any educated Christian and almost any biblical scholar will say immediately. But if we're talking about there may be the day lasting a little longer, something of that nature, it's plausible if we have the idea that God exists and He's supernatural, and the world which we live in has been set by Him, then certain events happening in the scripture could happen supernaturally, given that this being is the one that made it to be
And
that way.
that happens to be the least plausible interpretation given the fact of what we know about reality, right? Which is and when we look and when we do hermeneutics on other cultures and other stories, we just easily come to the conclusion that some people were making up stories and labeling God as the person who inspired them, and we can easily just say that this person made an unreliable claim or made shit up, and that's just we don't have to bend over backwards in order to introduce some kind of like magic. We don't have to bend over backwards in to introduce, like we can just say like, yeah, this person was ignorant and wrote a story that doesn't comport with reality, made a claim about reality that's in the domain of science, and science has demonstrated that we do not have good reason to believe that this author is in full understanding of how reality works. And then we have even more reason to believe that this author at this point, who is claiming that God is saying or doing stuff, is actually mistaken or lying, right?
So
That's
again, so even if we like start jumping into like addressing the question specifically, you start to hit a dead end. Like I said, we've already granted that these folks did not have a good like understanding of science. Like that's not the case. If you want to go on to say that these folks were lying, first off, a lot of things written in the Old Testament is not just a lie that someone made up and came to give the people. A lot of them are telling stories of a history of an entire people. So when you speak of like Joshua, for example, Moses and all these folks, it's a history of the Jewish people, how the formation of their nation came to be. When we talk
I
about them
believe.
keeping the Passover and things of that nature, there is no way, there is no realistic way. When we're talking about reality, there's no realistic way that some dude wrote a story down, went to an entire nation of people and said, listen, I actually have the story of how we came to be together like this. It was actually this dude named Moses, and he did this and he did that. Therefore, we have to keep this law, that law, this law, that law,
No,
and people are
but
just like,
Dr.
hooray,
Prophet,
let's do it.
why
So
why
like
would you
it's
have you
incredibly
studied
hard for
other
people to be duped like
religions?
that. I've
Have you
studied
studied
Islam,
other religions?
studied
Have you
Islam.
studied
I've
how
studied.
other religions in cultures where language, what is it, writing and disseminating stories was heavily controlled both by the governing forces as well as the ignorance of the masses? Like it's like
No, so you can't. We can't just lie on that. That's an like
no,
atheistical
but again, like
hoax
if
that was made. Like
it's
I've
I
studied.
haven't made a claim about Christianity here. I'm just saying, like, when you're saying that there is no
Actually, wait,
way.
hold on, really quick. Not necessarily. Like during the witch trials, there were many people who just came up with mathematical claims, right, that went against religious claims, and they were burnt alive and considered to be witches or wizards.
And like again, like I think what's missing here is a broader view on history and religion, independent of your Christianity. Because if you know about how cultures make up stories and how they tell stories about their heroes and how they even make up the heroes themselves and how they attach these stories to their gods, you wouldn't say there is no way that all of this stuff can be made up, because you know how the process works. You know how the Canaanites cook their religion. You know how the Greeks cook their mythologies and their religions. You know how multiple other cultures come up with a pretty understandable, concise text or concise writings about their history that are mainly based in mythology, that are mainly false. So when you say there's no way, I think that somehow they've limited your teaching about history to this culture and this text, and you're not seeing how this is actually fairly common. It's fairly
So
common.
again, like if it's fair, like we could really dive into this. When you're talking about like religions where like they make up stories, like if you're like some that we can reference is like something I've studied is the Norse paganism, Islam,
Sure.
so, Buddha a little bit. I've dabbled into that. The more stories that you're referencing, more so of just making up stories. You find that more so in Norse paganism, where the vast majority of Norse paganism doesn't actually make any claims to historicity, but instead claims of these gods that were in this ancient land or a prior world that sort of are independent of what is actually happening here. When we're
Yes,
addressing when we're addressing the Jewish text and the Christian text, they're not just making like these far-blown claims. The claims that they're making are on the basis of certain historical events that did happen. When
many
we talk
many
about
cultures that are not the Norse
Buddha,
cultures do that too. Like your god is part of the Canaanite pantheon. Do they not teach you that at
sir,
your
that has
seminary?
been the fact that you're even spewing that, like, I'm sorry, shows that you're heavily uneducated on that topic. It has been long
Listen,
debunked. It has been long debunked,
wait. So
even
has
by
it?
skeptics. It has been long debunked, even by skeptics of the
So you
Bible.
believe that
That
your
just give me a
your
second.
God was the God of the slaves of Egypt, and there's adequate proof of them
Just give
leaving to come
just give me a
into
second. Just give me a
to
second.
Canaan.
It has been long debunked, even by skeptics, those who are not in favor of the Bible, that just because there's a common name between the God of the Bible and the Canaanite God does not therefore mean that's where that God came from. That's just a false
And what did
association.
the skeptics say about the Exodus? Can I ask you? What did they
A
say
lot of
about the proof about the Exodus, and what did they say about that whole story?
a lot of skeptics believe that Moses may have been a combination of historical figures or someone who was maybe conflated with many persons, sort of like if you're familiar with Ragnar Lothbrok.
You know, no,
There's
I
someone
just
they
want to stick to
believe
this.
there's
Like,
someone.
did the Exodus? Do
I'm
we have
showing
good
you. I'm
evidence
giving.
of the
You just
Exodus
asked
happening?
me.
Wait,
You
hold
you
on.
just
Wait,
asked
pause.
me.
Did you say? Did you say Moses was a combination of people? So we don't even know
No,
if
no,
Moses.
no, no. That's not. I
It
said
says a
that
lot of
skeptics.
skeptics
I said
believe that.
yeah. I said skeptics believe that Moses could have been more so of a like a legendary figure that could have been conflated with a combination of various persons, or
What
would
makes
have
them think
been
that? Why do you think they think that?
But also, really quick,
no
what if you?
because the,
So, like, I heard that you were going to school for theism. What knowledge have you obtained about like Moses?
like in what sense? Like what do you mean?
Do you think he was a real person, and how would you justify that?
The fact that I think Moses is a real person is due to attest to ancient Jewish literature and testimony. So the basis of Moses doesn't just come because they believe that Moses was this guy who just brought over a god, but Moses was also a military figure who brought forth liberation of the people, in which we do find as well, I think maybe 3000 BC, that the Jewish folks. They call it the dark ages. It's kind of a certain moment in time where we don't really know what happened in history. That is also part of why a lot of skeptics think Moses was more so of a legendary figure. But during that time we do see kind of a migration of these new people who would later be known as an Israelite coming from the Egyptian area into the Canaanite area, and they would have had conquest that they would have went on. So Moses is not just a figure that's coming for religious purposes, but it would also have been a military figure, sort of an unofficial leader for them, prior to them becoming a nation, and was crucial for their nation's formation. So that with
But
that, I
do
believe
you
that
believe
Moses
that
would have
the
been a
nation
historical figure.
originated from a group of slaves in Egypt?
The archaeological evidence shows that they did come from the Egyptian area, so I don't think it's implausible that they would have maybe been some
The
servitude.
story is
They
very
would have been in
specific.
servitude in Egypt.
As
The
far as I
story is
know,
very
there's not much
specific about
evidence for
them.
like a
Yeah,
million
there
to
really
anything
isn't.
like
But the
this.
story is very specific about the relationship between Moses and the Pharaoh, so Moses and the royals in Egypt, right? And it's also very specific about requesting liberation. It's very specific about them having plagues. And again, all of this could just be allegory, right? But them leaving Egypt as slaves and wandering the desert and crossing a sea. We don't know if it's the Reed Sea or the Red Sea, but crossing a sea. Like the story is very direct about those things. Like, what is your position on all of those things?
Hold on, let me try and pull up certain book here for you.
But also, I think that's very I think it's very noble that you're going to seminary school. That's kind of cool.
I appreciate it, man. I'm also um I'm actually in my first year at med school as well, so I'm actually really bombarded with
Medical and
You're doing both?
yeah, like
yeah.
Damn, that's a lot.
you want to be a priest?
Just
Yeah, I'm trying to become a
I don't
psychiatrist.
mean to to be that guy, but you seem like a fairly honest person. So what I would say is just like look up the stats of like um the people's level of faith when they entered seminary and when they leave, right?
I've heard about
Like I
that.
don't know what's motivated you to go into seminary, but like there's a lot of like I don't, in psychology we call it burnout, but there's a lot of like people
Hmm.
who get to a certain level and they either lose their faith or they kind of walk away from it. So
Yeah, I know there's a large portion of even like Christian kids who go to Christian colleges, and like I think there's like a huge statistic, like upwards of almost 70% by the time they're 30, um
yeah,
disassociate. So I'm familiar with that.
yeah,
Um
but the seminary specifically, right? Because As Christian kids, I don't think are raised to actually delve in to researching and reading the text. So like if you're doing it as a result of just being passionate about learning about the religion and so forth, like then I think you'll be fine regardless of what you learn and find out. But if you're like looking to be a pastor and you're looking to serve God or all of that stuff, like I would honestly just be like, yeah, like you can do that and be a doctor, right? Like you don't want to like sequester or dedicate your life to this because of just how like many people come out of the other end quite having lost their faith or having not wanting to actually be leaders. And the alternative is going to one of those like liberty colleges where they like literally force the professors to be like, you can't publish if anything critical of Jesus, and so you're not even then going to be a respected academic in the field because
Mhm.
like the institution that's sending you that isn't operating on a basis of truth, but rather just trying to churn out more religious leaders and like Bible thumpers, right? So like you wouldn't even come out as a Bart Ehrman if you go to one of those institutions that don't teach you everything about the language, about the contradictions of all of that stuff.
Yeah, my seminary does go into some of the more difficult parts of the Bible. I was actually trying to find a PDF they were learning of a book. It's called "Who Were the Early Israelites and Where Did They Come From?" And it was written by a guy named William G. Dever. Um,
Mhm.
in the text, it writes of I think this is page 96. It says, we have no direct evidence of a Moses figure or the Exodus accounts as described in the Bible. However, the collective memory of an oppressed people fleeing Egypt resonates with what we do know from the ancient Near East history. The story of Moses, whether or not tied to a single historical figure, reflects genuine experiences of a Semitic group of people in servitude in Egypt during the late second millennium BCE.
Yeah.
So, there's definitely like things considering archaeological evidence. However, I take more so the stance in this period of time, we don't have much information anyway of specific figures or kingdom. It was referred to kind of a dark time in history where people didn't really record history like that. So we don't really have much history in that time period anyway. However,
No,
there
but we
is.
do though, Dr. Drops. I think the absence of evidence can be evidence in itself. The Egyptians were really, really good at recording. Like they recorded almost everything. They recorded how much grain they got, like over decades, right? So like if a culture that is reliant on like a slave based system loses a large portion of their slaves, it would be very weird for that culture not to record that. But what would be even more weird is for their enemies, right? Because the Egyptians did have enemies around them. For their enemies to record that they've lost a large portion of their manpower. So that in itself should be enough to be like, okay, there is something in the story that's not comporting to what we should be expecting. Because the number of people you have, slave or not, in your domain is very, very important information for your rivals, and they keep track of that shit. If you lose a large portion of them, they are going to either record it. And if you lose a large portion of your manpower, especially when you're heavily reliant on agriculture, you're going to record like you've received lower grain over the next 30, 40 years, and you're definitely going to record that they left, right? And then when we just look at the story itself about how there were 10 plagues, the 10 plagues are going to be recorded. And at the very least, in the story that you're telling, you're going to get the name of the pharaoh who you're negotiating with correctly, right? So all of those things lend to the fact that the story is maybe metaphor, but also probably not true in full. Like something of truth that we're not being told by the story.
So, so the story of Moses would happen in like the Bronze Age, and this is maybe around the 1200 BC era. And there's a scholar, his name is Klein. He says the demise of the great powers of the late Bronze Age was not caused by any one event. Rather, it was the result of multiple stressors, earthquakes, droughts, famines, invasions, and internal rebellions, creating a perfect storm that resulted in a collapse of interconnected civilizations. In the wake of this collapse, writing systems and historical recording disappeared. Trade networks disintegrated and cities were abandoned. So this corroborates around the same time that we see this Moses story happening. So we don't have much information about this time. Even if we were to say the Egyptians recorded stuff down, there's a lot of things that were lost in that timeline that we just simply don't have access to. But however, William Dever, that I quoted early on, says that we do have evidence, however, of an oppressed people group, a Semitic people group, who were associated with the Egyptians, who later on moved towards the land of Canaan. So there's evidence to suggest that, and those people had a good chain of oral tradition of the things that they had believed to be their history. So,
But Dr. Drops, the question then is, if this, in your view, given what we've just discussed, is the story that we're told in the Bible likely to be accurate? Given what
yeah.
you gave an argument for why we should be skeptical, right? Okay, so a lot of stuff was happening geopolitically, so there's room for doubt, right? Of course, there's room for. I'll always grant that there's room for doubt, and yeah, a lot of information could have been lost. But then in the same breath, you're saying that they are also recording quite well things orally, and at the time, I don't think they didn't have good writing at the time. They didn't really even have coins. But like, to me, when I hear that, like, I come to the conclusion that whatever is being told in the Bible is not comporting with what actually happened. To me, it seems like these people are structuring a narrative of their past that centers around them being in Egypt. Maybe they were not directly in Egypt, they were in the outskirts of Egypt. It centers them around this figure named Moses who was a descendant of slaves, but had the right to stand in front of the pharaohs, and he even names who the pharaoh was. Right? When what we know about reality is that's probably not likely. Right? This seems to be a narrative in hindsight that the people are telling themselves about this figure or this general that may exist, and they're pumping up his resume by saying he was in front of the king. Like that to me seems. Given what we've just discussed, a more reasonable interpretation, right? Like these people are fluffing up their story of their past. And it's very interesting because the Israelites, I think they've spent at least 2 billion now trying to find evidence of this claim to history that one reinforms their religion but undermines their claim to Zionism, right? Because if you can prove that you're not from the area that you moved in and conquered, you have a less legitimate claim, but it reinforms your religious claim. But on the same hand, you're just clearly people from this region that somehow unified yourselves as Israelites because you shared a common God belief, and that God belief was used to identify you as the specific race within this religion, and you consolidated power. That's probably what happened.
So the reason why I would just disagree with that is because first off, I don't think they kept accurate information either from a scientific standpoint or accurate information so far as to necessarily record other things outside of themselves. The reason why I trust them is because a lot of the things in the Old Testament is in regards with about their own people. Yeah, they may have interactions with other folks, but they're primarily focused on their history. And then when we go on, one might suggest that they may have created the story to give them more legitimacy or claims of power, sort of how, leaders sometimes, get a claim of divinity so that they could conquer and have a group of people follow them, etc. But we do see later in the same text a self-critique of the same people as disintegrated in morals, and becoming sort of like the scum of the earth, and then them
But
being
those aren't the same
conquered.
writers, though, Dr. Trump.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Because the people who are critiquing the disintegration of the people are not the same writers. Like, if it's the same writer puffing up the same people, and then later in the book, describing the people as sort of fallen or whatever, then yeah, like that would be of concern. But it's not like one person sat down and wrote this history about these people. This is clearly the work of multiple different minds and multiple different prophets too, right?
Right.
So
And I think that further solidifies it because most of these writers are all from the same heritage. If they were all writing with the intent of maybe puffing up each other, then you would see a continuous chain of trying to reinforce their own ideology. But we see people of the same heritage coming later on and are recording what they claim to be of their lifetime or what just happened before them.
yeah,
And they
but
do record a critique of the people as well and their disintegration.
but that's assuming that they were writing the story for us to be reading, and no, they were writing the story for themselves, and the story contains multiple stuff. The story contains historical, what I believe to be historical fiction. You can call it their history. The story contains governing laws, which means that they used the story that they're telling to create and disseminate laws within their community and society. The story contains admonitions of the behaviors of their kings, right? One king is great, one king is not. This person can never inherit, and like there's clearly what we know to be the use of religion as it comes to interacting with power. These are all things that exist within culture and history, right? It's again, religion, when looked at from the perspective of like human beings doing survival and culture, none of it is surprising, right? It's not like these people were writing this story about God so that us to like, it's not the way authors would write a book of fiction today with the intention of writing a complete narrative for someone to read later. There's clear utility, daily utility, as they're making the story up.
So I agree with you that we're talking even specifically of the authors of the Old Testament. They didn't have the intent that everyone in the world would be reading it. But at the same time, they had the intent that the people of their time would be reading it. And oftentimes, the people of the Old Testament make claims that are current to their day. A lot of the times, really the only things that are in content in the Old Testament that we could say it's prior to the people's time, maybe it could be a recollection issue, is when you're addressing the first couple books of Moses up to the Exodus. After that, you have people who are writing things and they're claiming it's concerning during their timeline. It's very hard for you
Yeah.
to dupe people about stuff happening in their
No, but
timeline right
what
there.
is unexpected? Like, what is unexpected in their timeline? What are you claiming is unexpected there?
What
Like
I'm
all of
claiming is unexpected is for these people to fabricate something and use it as an imposition for the people, fabricate a historical story that happened at the same
but what
time
would they be? What
of
would they
these
be
people.
fabricating? Give me an example.
So, like, for example, when we're talking about the rise of King David, for example, in the Bible, there's a
Yeah.
claim that they're making of during their time there was a rise of this man named David that became king, and it
Hmm.
describes his conquest, and it also speaks of him as being ordained of God, and he was a man of God and a respectable man. And then how people later on went to be obedient to him. It's hard to say that there's just like some fabricated story because the
But
author is
they
clearly
clearly
writing to a
is, right?
current. Oh, I'm sorry, say that again.
Again, there clearly is, because again, most scribes wrote about events and prophecies while they're either occurring or after they occurred, because nobody had the ability to read right? And most kings had their narratives puffed up, usually while they were alive or when they died, by people who spent their time with educations making their kings and their generals look good, right? So even
Right,
with
but this
David,
is
for
where
example, right, like
this is where there's a
it's
pushback
probably
on that though. Here's where there's a pushback on that. It records embarrassing moments of David himself that if this was about him puffing up himself would not be included. It writes of himself a man who was a king. He had a buddy who was in the army. He takes his buddy's wife. He unalives him to try and cover the fact that he has impregnated his wife. These are not stories that you have
then
a king who's
why are
trying to
you
make themselves look good included.
first of all, why are we assuming that one, that was written when David was alive? But two, why are we assuming that David would be embarrassed by that?
Because
Why
that
are we
is in.
assuming that a general within the Middle East at this time who was very comfortable having multiple concubines would be embarrassed by that story? Like,
Because this
why
was
are we
not his
assuming?
concubine, this was his wife. And
Yeah.
across any time in human history, that if there is close relations between a king and their armsmen, and the king takes their wife, not one of their concubines, and sleep with them, it's culturally haven't been acceptable almost everywhere.
I mean, if we ignore all the other shit that they were writing that David was, I think it's more embarrassing. Was it Saul or David that like caused a famine that killed 70,000 of his people because he disobeyed God? Like, I think that would be more embarrassing than a king who's known for being, sexually loose, um, picking one of his general's wives and then having her marry, sending his friend off to war to die so that he could marry her. And again, all of
Sir,
that,
we could.
assuming that it's written within the context of like the time that it's happening, excluding the politics of the church, right?
Well, this was written prior to the church,
So,
Again, I'm
right?
not talking about a physical church. I'm talking about, when I
Listen,
say church, I'm talking about
really quick,
it's
guys. Let me cut this short. We have two new guests on the panel who might want to say something or get a word in. Not my son.
no
You got
problem.
anything for me?
I was just trying to understand Dr. Drop's point that he's giving, because I don't understand how something that was most likely written above its time, so like after King David's passing, and I don't even know how that is an example of it may or may not embarrassed him, or if you think that King David or his supporters like even had anything to do with like what was being written. I'm not understanding your point that it's true because somebody could be embarrassed. I'm not getting it.
So there's a criteria that people look at historically to see if something has been a story just to create propaganda or to puff up a certain individual. Usually, if someone creates a story for propaganda, even if we were to grant the whole um, written after David, if it's written for propaganda or controlling the masses, you would see that they would exclude certain things that would lead people to be skeptical of the situation. You have this narrative in the Bible where it speaks of their king, King David, who is doing things that are completely abysmal, and it even describes his own son after he has grown into a certain age, when he heard of the story of what his father did, tried to overthrow his own father from the throne because of the embarrassment, and some of his chiefs men turned against him and tried to dethrone him from the situation. So when we read that narrative in its entirety like that, it makes it more unlikely that this story was created for propaganda just to control the people, because there is an internal critique of the character of the person that was supposed to be followed on there as well.
Okay, yeah, that's really lacking to. I'm sorry, that doesn't. That's not proof to me at all. And I mean, we're talking about like, doesn't propaganda have to be kind of relevant to its time as well to even be proven or disproven by propaganda? So the fact that it was written after, most likely after his passing and his reign, would it be even relevant to use that as an argument for propaganda?
Also, before you
I
answer
don't
that
think it
question,
would.
called in the corner. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, it's Kunta, by the way.
Oh, hey.
I would just simply say that, like, part of the question I tend to ask is, rather than like wondering, like, for example, if I can like put it into words, if I can find the right words, whether if there is some sort of like either some form of like propaganda or maybe some form of like fragmentation. The question I tend to ask is, what truth were the story of the authors trying to convey, rather than maybe asking whether if like the authors were trying to convey some sort of like propaganda or like some sort of fabricated stories, because there's also like some like a balanced view, right?
Right.
There's like a critical perspective, there's a literary perspective, there's a historical perspective, there's a theological perspective. And I think the skeptical view, a lot of scholars argue that certain biblical stories, if they were exaggerated or fabricated, they didn't have to ask for what reasons. Was it theological reasons? Was it political reasons? And you have to sweat a lot. So to me, I like to ask, what truth were this story is trying to convey? And I think that would be more of like a fruitful question to ask.
I do have a comment
Right.
about propaganda, like, and how it works usually in lines of successions, and how scribes usually tell a story, right? Usually, what happens is when the king is alive, they puff up the narrative of the king, right? When the king dies, and if his succession or he has multiple heirs or there's conflict in his family, the stories about that king take a sharp dip into negativity. Now the upcoming, whoever the successor, who's vying for power, might want to differentiate himself from the previous king. So usually stories then become more accurate. Actually, they're not lies. They become more accurate to the character of that person. This person who we've described as all this amazing stuff. Well, let me tell you the truth. Let me slander his reputation and image, right, by introducing the truth or the claims of propaganda that were not included in the first narrative. But what so happens after about 50 to 100 years, when is that those stories then take another positive change, and they become more positive again, because the people who are living at the time remember that king back in the day, right? So it's almost as if like trying to look at the story as to like, oh, why would they include this narrative that makes this king look good? Like ignores how politics and propaganda actually works, right? How narrative works to serve the functions of king's successions. And like this, you use the example of one of his sons, like his son who was vying against David for power, literally raped his wife on the top of a building, right? To humiliate David. And they even went so far as to say God was the one who commanded that. God commanded these women to be raped as a punishment for David, right? And like, to me, that's ridiculous, right? It's ridiculous to, other than the fact that whoever's in power, whoever has control of the God narrative is using that as a weaponization against the previous king. It's wild to me to say that this person who has been revered by God and celebrated and raised up by God, that same God has now turned against him and got his wife, his concubines, raped on the top of a building as punishment for I think it was like convincing, like getting his friend killed. To me, that sounds like a story that's wholly in control of David's opponent. And if you read the story, it clearly says that the son is the one who influenced that to happen, and he did it. And then he even went so far as to say God mandated it.
So not necessarily. If you keep reading the story, you find it to be actually a little more genuine, because it describes. So the intent of the story is basically to show us the moral dips in the human characters, no matter how revered they were. David was, of course, a very revered man of God, but we see him doing completely abysmal things that were considered atrocious to God. I think the thing that you might be referencing, where it says that the women might be raped, is when God says that He will give His house over, and that even His wives will be given over to other people. Um,
Yeah.
I think I think that's more so sort of a reflection of what happened in the time when a conquest happened, rather than a God mandating it.
But
Because
God
during
said
during during a
the
conquest. Let me
the
finish
story.
that.
Like I know what conquest is, but it
During the
literally claims
conquest,
that God caused it to happen, right?
so no,
It's
there's actually no passage specifically that says God caused it to happen. The child of King David felt as though this is the right thing to do and this is God mandated.
yes, and it says
However,
that, right? It says
however,
that God caused this trouble to come onto the house of David, and that trouble included this man climbing on top of a building and raping women, which is
so the
wild,
verse,
right?
so
Like,
the so there is no actual verse that says that the women were raped, but in any case, even if we do go with that line of narrative, that showing of what David's child did is not seen in a good light in the scripture. In fact, the child is later sieged again and has been defeated and put to death for his acts that he has done. And David sort of uses the whole interaction that happened in his life as a lesson for the other people as well, to make sure that they are aware of the things that they're doing, because they have far-reaching consequences. Because earlier on in the story, he unalived his friend, who was also his soldierman. It led into an internal betrayal of one of his advisors because of that story. His child died because of that interaction that happened, and then his own son later on turns on him and tries to lay siege on the land, and then there's a war that happens there, causes a civil war. And then he has to put his own son to the sword. The story altogether is not seen from a good light from either standpoint, and instead reflects a God's morals. If David had kept God's morals to begin with and stuck with his own wife and concubines, then none of this would have came to be to begin with. This is why I see the story to be a genuine story and not made up for propaganda, because it pulls up a moral standard that is beyond David and everybody else also involved in the story.
I don't know. I think that for me, it's quite clear that if you believe in the Christian Jesus version of God, that this is very incompatible with the character that many Christians believe in. And I've noticed many times when the scripture is brought up that many Christians are surprised that God's name is invoked in using grape as a consequence for an action of another person. And I think what is more likely is, for me, is that this story is just another demonstration of how many people and many writers used the name of God to provide legitimacy to their actions, and this is one of them.
Sure.
Like, it's
Sure. I mean, even the text shows that, but it doesn't show it in a good light, right? So even the rabbis who later on went to teach the story didn't teach it from a good light. Like, neither David was seen in a good light for the act that he did, nor his sons seen in the
but
act
but
that he
but
in a good light
goodness.
for what he did.
But Dr. Drop, goodness, understanding of goodness in a time where predominantly collective punishment was used, and the sins of one person, pretty much the sins of one person, could damn a whole group of people. And this is the context that these people lived in, right? They didn't live in a context of individual sin and salvation. They lived in a context of group punishment. They lived in a context of feudalism, and not even feudalism, like the actions of your king are the actions of all the people. Like, it's very different. So I would struggle to accept that the same people who lived in such a brutal time with such brutal systems would have somehow viewed someone like David as immoral in the same way we would today,
But
right?
it did though.
These were
The text describes that
This
they did.
it did though. That's just the text is not like because like in like unlike typical Asian propaganda, that it tends to glorify leaders and societies, and we're trying to say that these stories are criticizing the very figures
and
or communities they portray.
what I'm
And
critiquing
I
is
gotta go,
invoking.
fam. It was a good conversation though. I gotta pick up my
Like we
fiance
also
for
like,
summer.
all
I'm gonna
right,
catch
man.
you guys.
For sure. Like I just want to say one more
Come back
thing.
anytime.
I just want to say one more thing. Like I think it's clearly like not glorifying the leaders. Like I think it's highlighting the shortcomings of the king, and then also it's highlighting like the idea this like the idea of like tribal war following. It's exposing Israel's disunity and moral corruption. It's also like, I mean, there's also societal warnings where the story is also like it's serving as like a cautionary tale about what happens when justice and righteousness are like absent from leadership in society. Like
I would agree with all of that. I think my critique is essentially that like the context in which many of these stories are written serve a political and social purpose at the time, and we can look at every story and make a best estimate as to what it was serving. And for the most part, when we look at these stories, we want to look at these stories from the moral and social values that we have today, rather than just the clear context that no, these were barbaric wartime leaders, right? And they're scribes who generally also tended to be within the religion, wrote about some of the stuff. And in some cases, when they wanted to puff up the story of the king and the hardships, and they wanted the people to relate to the king, they helped this king write songs that made the people, which are songs and poetry that make the people feel connected to the king. But there's a whole host of politics that's associated with writing down what the king actually says and does, right? That may be designed for like by the writer to have some long-lasting religious message, but for the most part, what I'm reading here specifically is not designed for future generations. It's not designed for future people to interpret what God is doing. It's really designed to give an image or an interpretation of what the people who follow David care about. Because this whole story does not belong in the
then it
Bible.
seems like, well, I think there's like I agree with that. Like it may maybe present some sort of benefit of like the relationship of the people and God, right? Or the covenant that they have with God, or the God that they perceive as true to them. But I also do think that there's also like other alternatives. Like, although there's a theological agenda where, like, they had concern about like focus on theological truths. I think that is a key element that we might or should not miss. And then there's also like cultural. There's also like cultural memory, right? Like we also do know that like some scholars argue that, for example, the stories of King David were shaped by cultural memory or traditions passed down. And then we also do know that like there's also a historical kernel. While like perhaps like there's some sort of like embellishment, the stories like also contain a historical core, right?
That's
like existence.
I agree with most of that stuff. Like during the Babylonian, the Babylonian Empire, right? People were now living in nostalgia. At this point, we've already created this idea of a Messiah. We long for the time when we were great again, right? And you can tell that, like, when they think back to the story of David, it's very different than the time in which David actually, the things he was doing and saying, right? Like the Israelites at this time, at the time of David, were fairly prosperous. They were doing well as a warring and conquering nation, and now they're not. And they think back to a time when they were doing well, right? And this desire for a Messiah who comes from the line of David that has been promised over and over and over again is just, let's go back to those good days. In fact, they're going to be even better because all of the wars are going to end, right? There's clearly a sense of like
Since when
nostalgia.
were like the Israelites ever doing good, like
I
living well?
think I think that again, it's not so much that they were actually doing well; it's that they remember themselves as doing well, right?
Mm,
You see what I mean? That they
what do you mean
think
by
of a
that?
so, for example, MAGA, right? Make America Great Again. People will think of the past. They'll think of the 50s as the good time because they've heard that like you had a nuclear family and all of this stuff, but they don't recognize that like there was still the civil liberties weren't great, right? Half of the wives were depressed and are taking some kind of quaalude to deal with the stress and the depression of staying at home, right? So the memory that people have about the past is very different than what the past actually was, right? And so in this case, I think that during the Babylon, when you feel like you're being oppressed by another nation, you're going to think of the time where you had stories of having a nation and you had stories of having a king and how wonderful it was when we had a king, right? It's not that that
Did they
time was
ever have a
great.
king?
Yes, David was their king.
No, I'm talking about like some sort of king to look up to.
It's not so much about looking up to the king. It's having a king, having a nation, having an identity where you're not a slave or a captive.
Yeah, but do you think that was David's main goal, was to serve as?
No, I'm not talking about David. I'm talking about during the Babylonian conquest, right? The memory that people have about David is different than the story of David when he lives. So when you think like, and this is seen in how people would then frame the expectation of the Messiah, right? Like, oh, we've been promised salvation. We've been promised someone who will come from the line of the king we remember when we're unified, and this person is going to bring about peace in our region, is going to glorify us, and we're going to be the leaders again. We're going to be the ruling culture. And not only that, we'll be sacrificing things in temples and we'll be wonderful again and it'll be great again. A time which, by the way, never came. And they
Yeah, but
waited
I don't.
for so long that an offshoot of the religion then sprung up in Christ.
I don't think that was personally. I don't know if that was their aim though. Like, did they even have time to even ponder about like their experience during like the Babylonian Empire or the Babylonian
Yeah,
era?
they did. Of course they did, right?
Did they?
Of course
Because I don't know
they
if I see
did.
that. And like, I think what I see is there's a lot of, like recounting moral failings, I think. And there is a lot of like military victories, expansion of Israel's territory to serve, a justification for how they defend themselves whenever they are conquered, right? So it's about like getting back.
Are we talking about the first and second Isaiah specifically, or?
Yeah, Second Samuel. I mean, yeah, Second Samuel 7, like the whole book of Samuel. If we're still for the whole book of Second Samuel 11. Like, to me, when I'm perceiving the Israelites, I'm perceiving them as literally, basically helpless people who are trying to like defend themselves, right? They were
Yeah, I
against like all
don't
of
get
these
that sense.
empires.
I get the sense that like they were living in a context at a time where war was necessary, right? Where genocide was necessary as well, where slavery was the economic system that worked for them and had worked for the multiple cultures around them, and
But it was a
more
response, still, right? It was a
more
response. What if you call it genocide?
more importantly, none of the things that they were doing and saying were unique to them.
Sure,
It's
but
just that we are treating their experience as unique because we want it to be more special than it is. Like, this is run of the mill for the region and multiple other tribes, right? Like,
sure.
we have our God. We're inspiring ourselves to do certain actions on behalf of our God. Coco, you want to say something?
Oh no, I'm playing Fortnite, but I'm listening to you guys. But yeah, I don't really got much to say. I guess I'm chilling tonight. It's kind of slow tonight, so it is what it is. We got 7 people in here. Thank you guys for being here. But yeah, it's kind of a slow night. I don't got much.
All right, everybody, like the live. Let's share it. Yeah, but what I'm saying, Kunta, is like, like when we look at it from a cultural perspective, what the challenge is for many people is recognizing that certain choices and certain stories were told purely for utility, but because they stuck around, we now have to incorporate them into the larger lore of the religion that's being solidified by those stories. Stories were told purely for utility, but because they stuck around, we now have to incorporate them into the larger lore of the religion that's being solidified by those stories. Like, if the option was
When you say
there,
utility, what do you mean? What utility are you talking about?
so the whole eradication of the Amalekites, to me, that's a group of Israelites have come again to the Amalekites are in their way, right? We can argue about whether or not they were in their way to begin with, but the Amalekites are in their way, and in order to be successful, it's either us or them. And so God has told me to eradicate all of them and leave none of them alive, right?
Yeah.
In order for us to prosper, because they're probably going to do the same thing to us, right?
But it's
So you go there and you allegedly do it, which, by the way, they didn't, because they didn't succeed in it. Of course they didn't, because people escaped they didn't eradicate the culture, but God is telling them to do this. It's very clear. It motivates their soldiers. You don't get to question whether or not God has told us. You don't have to think about. You don't have to use your empathy to care about these babies that you're going to unalive, because again, this is a command from God. So it's very clear to the people at the time who've received this command: save yourself. God has said He's going to save you. He's the one who's commanding you to do it. Go and do it, and they
Right.
do it. But now that story and that command is on paper. It's written down. So now we have to contend with it existing.
But
So
yeah.
now we 100, 200, 300 years later, we have to figure out a way to make this correspond with God's nature rather than the nature of the men who wanted to survive at the time.
Right.
It's clearly not even something to do with God. God isn't even concerned really about these Amalekites,
That's true.
right? He's
And
not
but-
even, but they've attached his name to it. And now, as religious people, we have to also affirm that this is something that the good God that we believe in commanded.
yeah, right.
Because it's in the book, it made it in the canon when somebody forgot to delete it. Or we cannot delete it because they found the manuscript. Now we're stuck with it.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. I would say that was quite normative in the Asian world. Like both sides would, a lot of scholars would call that like some form of divine conquest, where you engage in some sort of divine conquest, and both sides were, I would say personally, guilty of that idea of
Yeah.
like divine conquest, right? And I would say it was like a response. It was a response to the dynasty that they felt illegitimized by the Amalekites. So it was a response to Amalekites. But it doesn't mean for me that just because it was a response, I want to try and argue that like the Israelites were in the right. I wouldn't say.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
but
say.
many people who are Christians, and again, I recognize that you're
Yeah,
not
I
like
just want.
them.
I just want to make finish this point. Like I wouldn't say like it's a victorious battle, some sort of divine victorious battle from both sides. I wouldn't say both sides were in the right because I'm not very similar to how, like, for example, whenever Nat Turner had a Bible in one hand and a sword in the other hand, or whenever John Brown had some sort of inscription of a Bible in one hand and then a sword in one hand, right? Like they would engage in some sort of divine violence, basically inserting that they believe that God is leading them to eradicate a certain group of people because they feel threatened and they have been mistreated for so long, right? So they're taking on this like divine sanctions for their actions. Is there a possibility that God could be working in that kind of aspect? Perhaps, but to what degree can I say that? Oh, just because this group of people were engaging in some sort of divine sanctions, therefore they are like absolutely solidified in their actions. I don't know if I can ever like create some sort of assumption, and I don't think it is possible for the opposing view to try and insert that they were inherently wrong for engaging in some sort of divine sanctions or justifying the action with some sort of like
Kunta
what?
isn't concerned with the people; it's concerned with God now.
What'd you say?
Because the opposing worldview is no longer concerned with whether or not these people are right or wrong, because you find most people are comfortable saying human beings do atrocious shit all the time. The opposing worldview is like, but why is God approving of this? Like the critique now is not on the people who did it for utility reasons or their survival and so. The critique is that they claimed it was God, and you, not you specifically, but you as a Christian say that this is God as well, and
Yeah.
you are now saying that God, who is under your view, all good, all just, or whatever, sanctioned this as an action that was an appropriate action and a good and just action for his creation to do to each other. And that's what I think many people then become like, nah, it's giving cooked.
But you
It's
can
giving.
also ask the same question, or like, why would the opposite, like, is it possible to ask the same question? Like, why would the opposing territory, like the Amalekites, for example, insert some sort of divine sanction?
Because
Um,
it's irrelevant. Their
no,
gods
no,
aren't
it is.
real.
No, you can't. We can't. We have to be fair to history because,
No,
for
again,
example, wait. We have to be. It's kind of like
we-
saying no. We have to be fair here. So it's kind of like saying, for example, like Americans engage in some sort of conquest in Iraq, right? Against and the Iraqians.
but again, Peter, we're
We have
talking
to be
about
fair
this.
here because both
They,
sides were engaging in divine
they
sanctions.
can't be. No, they can't be at both sides. You know
Yes, they
why?
can. They can because the Amalekites
Because
also
from
had their own gods according to history.
exactly, but from an internal critique point of view, from a Christian point of view, their gods are fake. They don't exist.
Who?
The Amalekites' gods aren't real. From a Christian point of view,
No, it's no.
they
That's not true. It depends on the Christian that you're speaking to. From an academic theological point of view, we know that their gods exist. We know. It's quite
so
clear.
wait,
So it depends on the
their
Christian that you're
gods
speaking to. If you're
are
speaking
those
to some,
other gods
huh?
is the Amalekite gods the creator of all people, all humans?
Yes,
Is
in
that
the ancient world, they all had that same conception, but different, diverse perspective of that. Karen Armstrong, who's like
yeah,
a
but at this
scholar,
point you're no
talks about
longer
this in their
doing.
book, The Origin of God. Right? Everyone
No, but
had
at
the
this
same.
point, Kunta, you're no longer doing an internal critique of the Christian God,
Yes.
right?
Wait. What do you mean? I'm not.
By first of all, by affirming that other gods exists,
Right. which is
even
academic. Yeah.
even if you do, if you're not affirming that they're somehow fallen, if you're not affirming that they're somehow inferior or not the ultimate just God, you've introduced some kind of pantheon into Christianity that isn't there for most Christians. For most Christians, there is only one triune God.
Yeah.
That's
What
it.
does that oneness mean,
Everything
though?
else, everything else is a demon. Everything else is a spirit. Everything else
But Ed,
is
again, you're talking
a
about
false imitation that deserves destruction. That's it.
Ed. No, Ed, you're talking about you're talking to Christian TikTok Christians, right? Again, like even the idea of this one God, right? It's not some sort of mathematical concept where it's like uno or one. And with this one God, it's almost like a pantheon. With this one God, it's almost like some sort of like a pantheistic kind of. In
Yeah,
Genesis, it talks
but that's
about
not
God doesn't work alone. Like God works.
again.
God works
That's
God works with
but
with other gods, right?
you're not contending with the
What do you mean like
dominant
contend with what?
view of God. I have completely acknowledged that you have like a completely different set
No,
of
I'm a Christian. I'm talking about the Bible.
again, still,
It's like I have a complete
I'm
different. You're
not
talking.
denying your Christianity. I'm saying that you are definitely in the minority of the minority. Your view doesn't even represent something that would be picked up on the list of different Christians that exists.
Yeah,
Yours is
no.
not even on the lists,
Wait.
right?
Once it all depends, because like if we're looking at, in fact, if you were to put me on like some sort of like a podium, right, and I was like saying what I'm saying by looking at the scriptures and using the scriptures to justify what I'm saying, all of those all of those Christians would agree with me, unless if the Christian that I'm speaking to was some sort of like grew up in the Baptist church or like inherently super fundamentalist, and they thought in their head that the God that they perceive was like some God that is inherently like super powerful, and they were unwilling to like change their theological worldview about how God is perceived as in the ancient world. Then
But like
who am I to
that's
change that
literally
Christian? Who am I to
again,
change that
that's
Baptist
literally
Christian?
most Christians because your view isn't Orthodox, your view isn't Catholic, and your view would
No,
be
my
the
view is
minority of
Catholic.
the
My view
minority
is
of
literally
Protestants.
Orthodox. My view
What?
is literally Orthodox. Orthodox Christians understand. In fact, in the Orthodox Church, they do teach about this pantheistic view of God. They literally do, right?
And they affirm that God is part of a pantheon.
100%. Like it's clear. Like God works in divine. What is it called? God works in divine. Of divine other divine beings, not
And
in
where do these
exclusion,
other
not
gods
in
come
exclusion of other
from
divine beings.
where did these other gods, the gods of the Amalekites, where did they come from in the view of these Orthodox
So the
Christians?
god of the god of Amalekites, the origin is traced to like Amalek, right? The semi nomadic tribe.
No. Where did they come from? Not who worshipped them. I'm asking you.
Canaanite deities, El, Baal, Asherah, right?
Where did in the Orthodox view, right? Because from my understanding, Christians view God as the supreme being who created what we know about reality. So I'm curious, who created the Amalekites and the Canaanite gods? Where did they come into existence as a result of God's creation? Are they minor deities? Are they equivalent to the one deity who
That the Canaanites, because we have to remember, it is the Israelites and the Canaanites. They basically were family, right? They all had the same conception of the El, Baal, Asherah. They all pretty much did. They lived together as family. And then there was basically a split between them for political reasons. This is
Yes,
what,
Kunta, we're talking about what the Orthodox
yeah,
Church,
right.
So if you
So
were to go to the Orthodox Church and ask them, is there a pantheon? And they were to say yes. My question is, where do the other gods come from? In their view, not with what we can do. In their view, in their theology, what would they say?
Yeah, they would again. They would so when it comes to the Orthodox view, yeah, they would literally look into some aspect of like a pantheon. They would literally do like but it all depend again. It will also all depend, right? What we
On
mean.
what though?
Wait,
Like,
it will also depend like what their conception of pantheon looks like in contrast to what other people may explain what a pantheon looks like to them, if that makes any sense.
I've given it to you. They believe in one God, and any mention of any other God is either a minor God or a fallen angel, and any mention of any other God is just a some form of deception, form of misrepresentation of reality, and that individual is probably not a God to begin with, and probably an agent of set to deceive humanity. There's no goodness in those other gods, in their view. There's no justice in those other gods.
Yeah, like I don't know. I don't know about that. I guess like if there was no justice and there were the gods, there would probably be because of political opinions rather than actually looking at the facts, right?
Again,
The
we're
facts in
talking.
the ground. And so
I'm trying
and
to.
it
We're trying
depends.
to
And also wait,
establish.
wait. It also depends. It also depends on like what Orthodox church you're engaging with. Because like from like a Coptic kind of Orthodox worldview, I don't think they will be so quick to distinguish or create some sort of distinction between what God is good and what God is not good. That was like a binary understanding of the gods, right? I don't think they'll be so quick to distinguish that kind of category or create those kind of categories. So it also depends on like what Orthodox church you're, because I looked a lot into the Coptic Christians, for example, in the African context, and a lot of times, from my understanding at least, whenever they perceive, like I don't think they're quick to create these kind of like distinctions,
I don't
like
know.
this kind of binary
can't think
distinction.
of. I can't think of any mainstream or serious Orthodox tradition that validates more than one God. That's not triune, right? Like I don't know of any. I think yes, they exist. I'm not saying that certain interpretations of history and the text, which probably would line up more with reality, aren't there. I'm just telling you that the dominant view of Christians is that other gods do not exist, and whatever you're labeling as an other god cannot even be equated to the God that they
The
believe
Bible
in.
literally just talk about divine beings. What are you talking about?
Yes, the Bible
Like
does
divine
talk about
beings.
divine beings. When I talk about orthodoxy, though, I'm talking about a set of doctrines and a set of beliefs that have been peddled under a specific umbrella.
Wait,
And
what?
we all, yeah, like I'm talking specifically about Greek Orthodox and Catholics.
Yeah, they hold on to the scriptures though. Like they have to. They have
Yep,
to.
they hold on to the script, but they don't interpret them the way you do. They don't affirm other
You don't
gods
know
as.
that though. You don't. I've talked to many Orthodox people, and like that's again. That's what I'm saying. Like
I'm
keep
sorry,
saying they
but the
don't. They
only
don't.
people
I've looked
who
into other. I've
the
looked into
only
Orthodox
people
theology.
who affirm, for example, with the
I don't think they
Catholics would
hold on to
come.
some sort of strict monotheistic view the way that you are perceiving it as.
Maybe I might be wrong.
And I'm not denying that monotheism is not a thing, but I don't think it's that strict the way that you're perceiving it as. That's my point.
Not just that. I'm going further and saying monotheism is in the 95th percentile of all Christians. There's
What?
there's no room for again, we can argue about this all we want, because again, most Christians don't read their text, and your position is as a result of reading the text and trying to make the text work with reality.
No, not
That's fine.
necessary. No, not necessary.
Most Christians aren't interested in that. Most Christians view their religion from a top-down perspective, even more so the ones that have traditions to affirm that, which are the Catholics and the Greeks.
Yeah,
And
right.
you have more Protestant ones that still do the same thing, and then you have the radical ones that do their own thing.
Right.
But for the
That's
most part,
because
95% of all Christians believe in one triune God.
right,
One
and
God.
I would say those Christians, right? Again, those Christians. For example, I think about Star Wars. Most Christians are not Yoda. Most Christians that you keep referring to are probably like bunch of Padawans who haven't done the work that needs to be
Yeah,
done. Right,
but
they're a bunch of Padawans, and so I can care less about most Christians. What I care about is the facts at hand, the biblical foundation, right? And looking at it in detail, looking at the historical accounts in detail, the surrounding culture in detail, and coming up to your own conclusion in a balanced way, right?
yeah, but again, when doing an
And
internal,
there are theologians who actually take these things very seriously too as well. So
and I'm
not
not
everyone's on
denying
Yoda.
that. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, when you're doing an internal critique on their version of Christianity, asking, about the divine orders of the Amalekites is completely irrelevant in that sense. Because from the Christian worldview, other gods don't exist. There's only one God telling you to unalive the Amalekites. The other ones are being whispered to by the devil or are just living in confusion. There's one message that's coming from one God saying, go and unalive the Amalekites. And so in critiquing that God, you can't then be asked, what about the other God of the Amalekites? Because that God isn't there. He doesn't exist.
Well, to me,
Right.
you're talking to me. You're not talking about those. You're talking to me. I'm saying they do. I'm the one who's saying they do. I'm saying those other guys to do. Like their nomadic practices, the Amalekites emphasize animistic practices, worshiping natural forces, localized deities. And they were there. They were. I mean, it's quite clear. I'm saying they did. But
if the other gods existed in that context, then
Biblical
you would
narrative.
say that the order from God to counter the order from the Amalekites, there might be room for more nuanced interpretation of Yahweh in that sense, right? Because he might be doing it in response or in defense for his people, and he might want to protect his people, knowing that these other people have been either coerced or convinced to do an action that is going to ultimately harm his chosen people and the people in the future. That's a fine interpretation to take, and it softens the blow. But at the end of the day, when discussing this with Christians, they don't take the view that those other gods exist, right?
They don't, unless if you provide them with the evidence, then they will agree with you.
I don't think they would agree with you, Kunt, on this.
I debate
Right.
Orthodox.
The
I debate,
idea that
wait,
another
I debate.
god
Wait,
could
one
have
second. I debate.
motivations that are
Wait, one
just.
second. So I debate Orthodox Christians all the time, and a lot of time, those who will not like agree with me are those who are like in their 14, 15, 13, like these youngins, and then those youngins will be kicked. But then whenever the 18-year-olds or 20-year-olds come up and they try and debate me, right? We engage in discussion. They tend to be more hostile. But then when, for example, they have some sort of like a friend who was like maybe around my age, like late 20s or something, at least they have some logic, right? And so they would engage with me, and then they would say, you know what? Yeah, like he's providing the what needs to be provided, and I don't see any issue with that, right? But usually it'll be like the mid 20s type people who haven't really explored exactly what theology is and the surrounding context, or even gone to like the pastors who have these books in their libraries and actually explore the books that they have, right? They haven't done that because they don't have time for that. They just focus on school, football, games, go to church for like 1 hour, and then go to sleep and repeat the same process. They don't care about what we do. So of course they're going to be the same
That's the
tension.
foundation in which Christianity works, right? In order for Christian to work best, people need to know less. Like the more you know, the more opportunities for doubt that you get, and like you will find, of course, people who want to learn more about Christianity. I think your position on many of these issues is usually fairly unique and interesting. But most people are not Christians because they want to know more about the world, about God, about their religion. They want to just feel as though the world they know makes sense. So, and they have many, many, many psychological defense mechanisms and many, many verses to even shut down inquiry, right? So, as someone who doesn't believe in Christianity anymore, like I have to operate with them from where they're coming from. Like, like your position on like the Amalekites. If there's another god, it changes the variables. So of course I'm going to interpret the situation different. But that's not something that happens with most Christians at all. Right? Most Christians don't even read their texts. They believe in a doctrine they cannot find in the text. They cannot find half the shit they believe in the text.
But right.
Right? It's been tradition that's been passed. It's a tradition of interpretation that's been passed down, and then they engage in apologetics to justify its truth, even though the text can't support it. Right? So, by the way, many of these people are educated in the field. There's a double bind. You have to affirm certain things that the text doesn't say, because if you don't qualify anymore as a Christian. You qualify as a heretic Christian. Like,
and which is not a bad position to have.
I think it is the better position to have, because none of it makes sense unless you're like completely heretical. Like none of it makes sense. You can't read that book and come away with half of the shit that they say about this God. Like you just can't. Especially if you say you read it literally and then there are no errors, because now you're just showing you haven't read it, right? And it's sad because people are motivated for it to make sense rather than just saying, well, actually, I don't know, and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean that's not that. I mean, there are people who could have that kind of position, and I think there needs to be some sort of like humility when it comes to exploring these things, and not always taking as face value, but looking into the different models that it has to offer, and then exploring those different models that it's offering. Right, I think that's much more of like an interesting exploration, because that when it comes to, I would say this, when it comes to like how we explore science, right? A lot of people will critique Christians as being some sort of like, how should I even put this? Gymnastics, playing gymnastics. Well,
Yeah.
how we explore science is this very same nature. Like there's a lot of gymnastics that goes
Though.
into it.
I
Wait,
think.
wait,
no,
one
I-
second. One
I-
second. I
I-
just want to get this. I just want to get this point across. Like, there's a lot of gymnastics. I've done science myself, right? There's a lot of gymnastics that goes into it. Like the moment when you get a word wrong, like you use the word kind, right? People who are scientists who cares do say we don't use the word kind. We use the word species, not kind, right? Like, okay, but I mean, and I'm glad that they're actually taking those gymnastics very seriously. Like they care about a systematic approach, the observation, the question, the right words that we use in science, experiments that we use in science, the different ways to raise the proper questions that will focus on what is based on the observation. Like, for example, why do plants grow taller in sunlight than in shade? Like all of these things are gymnastics. And then taking analysis very seriously. Like all we're also saying, it is gymnastics. All we're also saying, because social sciences, interdisciplinary fields, natural sciences, like all of these things care about gymnastics. And all we're also saying is take the gymnastics of the Bible seriously, right? Because it also has its own gymnastics.
I'm not denying that like scientists are easily influenced by perspectives and point of views, and they tend to act for other reasons that can motivate their bias. But science, again, we need to remember is a method. It's a formula, right? that when applied correctly yields better results
That's my
than other
point
methods
with
that
the
we use,
Bible.
right?
That's literally my point with the Bible.
And I think the problem, though, is with the Bible, it relies on dogma, which is a
No, it does.
dishonest method.
Wait,
It
well, yeah,
does.
right. It does. Science does too, right?
No,
No,
I
that is
think
not fair. That is not fair. That you can't
okay,
make that
what's the
claim. That's
dogma
special
in
pleading.
science?
That's
What's
special
the
pleading.
dog
See, now that
what's
I'm
the dogma
critiquing
in science?
what?
Where is the dogma in science?
Oh, heavily a lot of dogma in science. What we're talking about. So,
Give me one
well, right,
point about the method that is dogma.
right. So, dogma in science can be, for example, whenever there are literally in the concept of science, dogma can refer to principles that are accepted by scientific community, and that has to be authoritative and it can't be challenged. For example, it would be like Newtonian mechanics. That's
Yeah,
like a
but this
historical
is
dogma.
applying
Wait, once.
science.
Wait, or like there's also like the central dogma of like the molecular biology, for example, that states that genetic information flows in one direction, right? DNA,
Yeah,
RNA,
that's not
protein.
science.
What?
That is not the method.
Yeah.
That's not
Okay. Well,
that's
or like
not
a lot of
ingrained in the
science would say,
method.
a lot of scientists would say, oh, the Big Bang theory is widely accepted. Like, bro, what
Yes,
if
it is
there's like
widely accepted within the
right,
field, but that's
but we
still
also
not
know that there's also
science.
other models too, right? There's also other models.
Correct. And
Right.
those models are applying a method, right? It's not that they're invalid or wrong.
Right.
It's just that they're not as widely accepted. Still, it's not a critique of science yet. It's not even dogma yet. Yes, people act in a dogmatic way in response to gibberish and garbage.
Right.
Yes, there's multiple levels of understanding and levels to apply science when people do science. You've got people at the bachelor's level, you've got the people at the PhD
Yeah,
level.
and that's
then you've got
that's
all these
literally what I'm
levels.
saying too.
Yeah, again,
You make my point. There's
but
there's
it's
literally like
not
institutional. There's literally like
dogma.
institutional factors. For example,
Dogma
like
is
publication biases, academic
sure.
pressures that can
None of
sometimes
that.
discourage
None of
challenging
that.
widely
None of
held
that is a
views.
critique. None of that is a critique of the method of science, though.
Okay, well, actually, no, it is though. It is right because like anyone can be resistant to change. Anyone.
Yes,
When
but
it threatens,
again,
no, wait, 1 second. When it threatens long held beliefs, like look at for example, how do you think what's his name? This psychologist who's on YouTube, like very popular psychologist. I forgot his name.
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, how do you think he got kicked out? He
Yeah,
was
no,
challenging
I
this.
know.
He literally got fired.
I, for one, think
He was
deserves.
challenging these institutions,
No,
and
I
he
don't
literally
think.
got fired. What are we talking about?
No, I think if we're
What
going
are we
to talk
talking about?
if we're going to talk about Jordan Peterson, that's pretty much like politics
Nah,
associated.
it's
Like
not. He was challenging these institutions,
I'm
and he
sorry.
literally got fired. So what are we talking about here?
I've seen this man's lack of backbone. in the teachings. Like,
Now we
I've
just special
seen-
pleading. You know I'm right.
Again,
You know I'm right. Let's
first of
just be
all-
honest.
first of
Let's be
all, At
honest.
this point, we're not critiquing
Look at
the
COVID,
method
for
of
example.
science, right? It's still not a critique of the method of science. Yes, dogma exists within people. Literally, if someone is to publish a paper, right? Whatever the paper is, publish data, and the variable is introduced that this person has come about to this conclusion through dogma, through the fact that the university wouldn't let other people publish other things. As a scientist who is honest, who is using the method correctly, you will have to conclude that that information or that data is less reliable. How they apply it in the media, how they apply it within the politics of academia is very different from what the method actually instructs you to do with information.
Well, there are a lot of, my only point is there are a lot of philosophical critiques, right? There is like, how should I even put this? There reductionism worldview, right? There's empiricism bias. There's the idea of like falsifiability. It has a lot of limitations. Like there's like there's a Karl Popper who emphasized that scientific
again,
theories.
all of those things.
Right.
Again, all of those things are just I've never made the claim that science is infallible. I never made the claim that science is perfect. Science is simply a method, and a reliable method to coming towards true conclusions.
Right,
By
and
the
that's
way,
my
this method,
exactly.
which is clearly limited. Like
And,
most
right,
people, most scientists will admit that it's limited. But
that's my
again, to
point.
put it and there is no in the method in itself. There is no dogma,
Ed.
right?
Nah. Oh, no, that's it. Depends on what
Where
we
is
mean
the
by it.
dogma in
Depends.
the
Define
method?
dogma. Define it. What do you mean by
I,
dogma? When you say
I think this idea that you need to accept something as true without questioning it.
right. Okay, but okay, right. There are okay.
In fact,
Wait, one
let,
second.
let me be
But
clear.
I can
You
wait. Then
don't
if that's
have the right
wait,
to
if that's the
question it.
case, right? Wait, why? If that's the case, right? I can make the same case with theology, right? There's
Nah,
no
I think the
dogma.
concept.
There's
I think the
time out.
concept
There's
of
no
faith
dogma. Wait,
is pretty dogmatic.
no.
I think the
Theology is a
concept.
wait. One second. Theology is a branch of philosophy. Okay, it's
Well,
literally clearly. Wait. One second.
we're
Theology.
talking about Christian theology, right? I can accept that other
No,
systems of
I can care
theology
less about
don't
Christian. Wait. I'm
use
talking about theology
dogma.
itself. Wait 1 second. I can care less about Christian theology or Buddhist theology. I'm
Oh yeah,
talking
but
about.
if you
I'm
okay,
talking.
like
Well,
if we're talking about theology, I don't have a critique that theology is dogmatic.
right, and
Theology
then
is a
right, and then
philosophical
also when it
pursuit,
comes to
right?
Christian theology,
So
we have to be honest that there's also you have to contend with like the Methodist theology, how they like look into it. Because if you're talking about theology being dogmatic, then you're clearly just focused on like some sort of like fundamentalism. That's what you're.
no, I'm not talking about theology because again, that's just like saying philosophy is dogmatic, right? Like that's not true. I wouldn't make a claim that theology is in itself is dogmatic. I would say that certain theological viewpoints, mainly many of Christian assumptions, the base assumptions about Christianity, rely on dogma and authority, right?
Yeah, I can make the same.
Unfortunately, in comparison to science, and the scientific presuppositions, lead method to find truth. Like if you use authority, and if you use presuppositions, and if you use the just sort of faith as part of your methodology to finding truth, it's not an effective methodology. That's just it.
That's questionable. It really is.
You could
It really is. It really is.
fall upon
That's
truth,
questionable.
but like there is
The idea of faith just means to
very
trust. We
little
all trust in
virtue
some
to
different
faith,
things that we can't
right?
prove inherently.
What?
We all rely on we all rely on our intuitions. There's no way we can say that we can separate ourselves from our intuitions. We all do.
No, but like when you say we rely on our intuitions, and then you
We
say
do.
that the intuition is based off of authority, belief without evidence, is it really even
Wait,
your intuition at that point?
wait 1 second. But again, right? The even the biblical narrative is not clearly just limiting the idea of like belief without evidence. Like that's odd.
You can have belief without evidence, but Chad, the God in the Bible doesn't like people to know things.
Nah,
He
nah,
said
nah.
it in the beginning of the book that he's not quite a fan of people knowing things, right?
Wait, what?
And
No.
why did he
It's not
punish Eve?
he's not a fan. Wait, he's not a fan of what I would say. He's not a fan of people using their belief systems as some form of monopoly, and I think that's what the God of the Bible
No,
critiques.
he created humans without knowledge,
Wait,
and
what?
punished them for an action.
That's not true. What are we talking about?
Why were Adam? Well, why was
Guys,
Eve?
put a pause on that. Joseph. Hey. Well, which one?
Hey, yo, what's up? How you doing?
How you doing? What you got for me?
Hey, I'm doing well. Oh, hold it. Whoa, that's really cool. That's close to me. All right. Oh, hold up. I'm trying to turn that on. Okay, beautiful. What'd you say? What was the question?
What you got for me?
Well, yeah, I guess I have a question. Are you agnostic, atheist? What's kind of your position on the
I
existence?
am agnostic.
Agnostic. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm a Christian, so but I probably, are you trying to get more into like scripture or the Christian belief, or is it more of like intelligent design versus Big Bang Theory, all that stuff? Like what's kind of where you want to focus?
Either one, but
No.
I might let Ed, and Eddie take the challenge if he wants to.
Yeah.
Normally, I host my lives from 7 to 11, and I'm kind of tired for the night, so I might not have the best argument.
Yeah, I get it, man. I'm about to crash myself. So
But what would be any reason I should believe in the Christian God that you would give me?
I probably wrap it all in the death and resurrection of Jesus. That's why I believe in the Christian God. I think a lot of obviously historians believe that Jesus, the character of Jesus, actually existed. So I don't feel like there's a lot of debate points there. So you just have to get into the reasoning of if Jesus claimed to be the Son of God, if he truly died and was resurrected, or if he resurrected himself from the dead, that would have, I think, really pretty insane implications, because he claimed a lot of different things, and if he indeed fulfilled all of those different things, then he claimed to be the way and the truth and the life, and he was a visual representation of God. He's the Son of God, but also claimed to be God. So you kind of have to look at the historical evidence of the possibility of him being risen from the dead, and to see if there's any merit to those claims.
Yeah, I do have to look into the resurrection more. I do have my doubts though. I doubt the account of Paul and his trip on the road to Damascus.
Yeah.
And then there's some issues I have with the dating of the Gospels per se, given a lot of things were spread vocally back then.
Yeah.
And written down 10, 20, 30 years, some even 40 years after the fact. When we date the earliest Gospels like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So there's just some discrepancies there that throw me off a little bit and shake me from that. But
yeah, man, I totally get it. I think there's a lot of things in scripture that I don't even want to say on the surface, because I'm making it seem like it's not a big deal, but there can be some confusing things even with the historical evidence. But usually if you're someone who, I'm not going to say how do I say this right? Someone who is a firm believer in the death and resurrection of Jesus, there's ways to explain those discrepancies by looking, not just seeing what scholars are saying, but just really focusing on the harmonious nature of scripture, and looking at how it's one just big story. It's not supposed to be looked at as a historical textbook. In some cases it is. It's when it comes to numbers or different Old Testament passages, it's you can look at it.
Christians I was about to say some Christians I've debated with. I've talked to tons of Christians.
Totally.
Some would say that it's a historical document that's used to vet history, and I'm
in some cases, yes, but also you're gonna find some flat earthers who are big Bible believers. So there's you get into the weird. I think that scientific stuff gets a little trippy. But I do believe that the Bible can be used in particular instances, depending on what book you're looking at, as historical, just documentation of what happened, such as Israel, the nation of Israel. There's a lot of stuff that can be actually attested there. I think my big point is just pressing into the death and resurrection of Jesus. So that's why I'm curious to even hear Ed and Eddie opinion on the explanation, and where I'll kind of push through is eyewitness accounts of Jesus being risen from the dead, and intense persecution followed that. And you'd have to make the argument that those people were believing and dying for a lie, which we see even with human psychology. The idea of someone actually deciding they're going to die for their faith, knowing that whatever they saw was a lie, is incredibly unlikely. So you have to explain why the 250 to 500 eyewitness accounts were all willing to die for the belief that they saw Jesus rise from the dead. So you have to, maybe they collectively thought they saw him, but it was someone else. You could even argue that the Romans didn't actually kill him, but there's also historical evidence that the Romans were very thorough with their executions. I'd be curious to hear a perspective. Because again, if Jesus rose from the dead, I would say that changes a lot. It changes everything, in my opinion. But I might be wrong. But I feel if someone claimed to be the Son of God, they did all these miracles. It's again documented, in the sense of he was a real person, right? And he died and then performed a miracle of rising from the dead. I just feel that's something you can't ignore, and I might be wrong here, but do you feel if there was sufficient evidence for Jesus rising from the dead, would that change your mind at all?
For me?
Either.
I would say if I like studied everything about the resurrection and there was like strong like yeah, Jesus rose from the dead, that would kind of shock me a little bit
Totally.
and probably like shift me a certain way
Go
probably.
mad crazy, man. It would be insane.
Like, but I don't know.
Yeah, for me, I think it would be significant, but I don't think it would be enough to convince me of two things. It wouldn't convince me that the individual was God, because I
Okay.
think we need to favor more natural explanations before we leap to the one that confirms the belief. But secondly, if it were to convince me that Jesus was somehow had a relationship with God or was God himself, it wouldn't convince me that God is good, right? Or that I should worship this God beyond the fear of being tortured, because there's still problems with the theology itself. But as to this, again, this is my opinion as to why I'm unconvinced by many of these claims. I don't think history is the appropriate domain to demonstrate some of these claims, because like if you look at most historians, the historical method, that we don't use we don't use history to prove non-empirical claims. There have been many people who have been claimed to have risen from the dead and healed and done magic in the past, that we have good evidence that they existed. And we have good reason to believe that other people believed that they did the things that they did, right? And in history, you don't really affirm non-empirical claims that you can't demonstrate today to have happened in the past. The best we can say that it's historically supported that this is what people believed. So history wouldn't be the domain to prove any of this, because we don't see people rising from the dead today. We don't have access to Jesus today to verify the possibility of that claim. But I think when we step beyond that, there's many issues, right? The first being, what are the claims about Jesus and the Messiah before Jesus came, and do they comport with the story that was told? In my view, it doesn't. There's no real mention of a Messiah coming and dying and then disappearing for 2,000 years. The story of the Messiah is very different than what the New Testament says the Messiah did. So that's something that you'd want to look into in terms of affirming the history of it all. The second is the claim about the witnesses, right? Aside from the fact that the Gospels don't have good handover, then we can't really track who wrote them. It's looking like the powers that be at the time just kind of stamped names on to give more affirmation to their claims. We
It
can
depends
look at
on
how
who you ask, because some scholars would probably debate you on that. I think that's heavily contested. I don't think there's a consensus that But anyway, continue.
and again, I'm just sharing to you sort of the conclusion that I believe is rational from the debates, right?
Yeah.
Like we know, for example, Matthew is likely to have copied Matthew, Mark, and Luke. I believe Matthew and Mark would have copied Luke. I think it's the synoptic problem is what they call it, right? It would be strange to find eyewitnesses copying text about their own experience from somebody else, right? That's just strange. So there's markers within the Gospels to point to the fact that they're not all written by people who had witnessed the events. The other claim that people bring up is the 500 witnesses, which is super dubious, because if you read, I think it's in Chronicles, like Paul is the one who's writing about these 500 witnesses, right? And as he's writing about these 500 witnesses, what's not clear is, one, do these people see Jesus before he was crucified and after? Because that's what an effective witness would be able to attest to. I saw this person before, they were crucified, and I saw them alive after. That would be a reliable witness to that event. Paul doesn't clarify that. The second is that Paul counts himself as one of the 500 witnesses. Paul never saw Jesus. He had an apparition on the road on a sunny day, but he counts himself as one of the 500, which means that Did any of the 500 even meet Jesus? Okay, maybe they met the resurrected version of Jesus. But then why is Paul counting himself as one of the 500? So that kind of waters down that claim, and I think most people just now stay away from it because it's easy to poke holes into. And if Paul is counting himself as one and had never seen Jesus, it's a huge problem, right? Because these witnesses are no longer witnesses anymore. They're hearsay repeaters of apparitions, right? The other issue is I think what stands out more to me would just be the fact that, yeah, people make this argument that, like, you know, now we've already downgraded the 500 to the 11 disciples that would have potentially been unalived for a lie, right? It's a good soundbite, but there's huge problems with that. Firstly, being that all of these claims exist within the Bible itself, right? The claims about these people being unalived exist within the text. Secondly, we only have evidence of maybe two, if not three. I think it's two of them actually being unalived. And what we definitely don't have evidence for is why they were unalived. We know that they were unalived. We know that Romans were unaliving Jews and Christians for the very fact of the matter that they were Jews and Christians who were inconvenient for them socially and politically at the time. There is no mention to the fact that they were unalived because they saw the risen Jesus, right? It's just that we know that they were followers of Jesus and they were unalived, which is pretty common when you're part of a religion that and your figure advocates for sedition of the state and calls himself a king. Just by having an association to a guy who committed blasphemy as well as committed a crime against the state, right? You would be unalived too at this time. It's not like no, do you want to reject your savior and you'll stay alive? That's just not supported, right? So the narrative that people unalive for something that they didn't believe was a lie is not well supported. We don't know what they believed. We don't know what their brain states were when they were unalived. And we have no reason beyond biblical claims to even believe that the reason why they were unalived is that they refused to renounce Jesus. Right?
Sure, but if it was a lie from the get-go, why wouldn't they just abandon it altogether? Like, why associate themselves as a Christian or a Christ follower if they knew they were going to die?
There are two things. They said that, one, they didn't know that they were going to die. Two, people advocate and follow liars all the time for political and social reasons to their personal advantages.
But there was no political and social gain for them to be Christians in that time period.
They were also peasants.
But three, the most likely thing is that they were part of a cult, right? They were believers. They were sincere in what they believed. It's just that we don't know today. We have no reason to know what they believe.
The legendary Slim joined my panel, the Christian debater of all Christian debaters. Holy shit.
Temporarily.
I actually gotta go to bed. Eddie, just appreciate you. I'll do some more research, but I appreciate you answering all my questions. That
no, for sure. And if you
Joseph, are you like a biblical scholar or something?
No, just an average Christian dude, man. That's all.
You seem to be doing some pretty good work. So I'm happy. I'm really happy.
Well, I mean, you're very kind to me. Ed and Eddie's much more educated than I am, and so I feel like in some instances I'm pretty cooked here. But I do like apologetics, so But it's always trying to press in and learn more. So
for sure.
So, Joseph, feel free to follow me. I'll follow you back. I'd like to discuss with you further.
Yeah, I just followed you, so I got you. Rock on. I'll follow Ed and Eddie too. Why not? Everyone gets a follow. You gotta follow.
Nice chat, buddy.
Yeah, thank y'all so much. We'll see ya.
Slim, what you got? I already know, like, you have like an objection or something.
Of course. Why wouldn't I when I hear so many things? But I didn't come to argue. I kind of just wanted to back brief on what Joseph said when he asked you if they knew it was a lie, why didn't they fall apart? Prime example, so we did, in a biblical sense, there was another leader that arose of that time who claimed to be of the Christ and had multiple followers. They found him to be a fraud, and the leaders dispersed, as it was spoken in Acts, I want to say. So if they knew that person was a lie and they follow away, why was it so hard for the disciples to not do otherwise? For one, they didn't have any political gain. As Vertus, I don't know how to pronounce his name, had mentioned, all of them were peasants. They literally had nothing. They were fishermen. They were tax collectors. They were nobody of any sense that people would think they're of importance, especially in a Roman society. So I'm trying to understand from your viewpoint, how do you feel that they have gained something when they literally lost their lives?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I was
Oh,
piggybacking off of
sure.
Joseph.
First of all, I think if you look at like more than one source about like this, like how cults work, how charismatic leaders work, and the motivations that people have in terms of following their leaders, and like what happens when their leader doesn't meet those expectations, you'll find that it's fairly common that people will follow an individual, and an individual will do or say things, and even if that individual doesn't meet that expectation that they have, many of those people, even in the modern day, that some people still believe in the Waco Messiah, or the Messiah leader. And we have examples of people who still to this day believe that Jim Jones is coming back for them, which is abject nonsense. But the fact is, these people, for some reason, will still believe this nonsense. It's clearly nonsense. But then the other thing is, yeah, I do think that people stand to benefit, even even if they're poor, from someone like Jesus, right? Someone who moves around and inspires and motivates people and changes their view on metaphysics. Like, that's super compelling, especially if everything you know about your reality is waking up every morning and going fishing. All of a sudden, this person has given you a purpose, right? Has given you access to text, culture, and literature that's usually reserved for educated people. This person speaks on the behalf of God directly to you. You don't have to go to the temple. And this person claims that you're one of them and he's chosen you to be his follower. Like, that's compelling. So, like, it's not surprising to me from a psychological point of view that these people would have followed Jesus, and even if Jesus hadn't met their expectation, would have wanted to continue to follow and worship and talk about Jesus. And all of that's independent of the fact that what we know the text says, we have no good reason to believe that this is what they believed, right? There's an inference there of what is said in the text is attributed to these followers, but we don't actually know what these followers believed, right? So I think those are why there's reasons to be skeptical for some of these issues.
So would you admit that if they did lie, it would be the best and biggest lie in the history of mankind?
When you say if they lied, I'm not convinced they wrote what the text says they said. So
you don't know if you believe any of the text at all?
No, it's not that I don't believe the text. It's that I don't believe that the disciples and the followers are the ones who wrote the text, right?
Right,
So
but even if they didn't write the text, what would be your problem with the veracity of it?
Oh, so if they didn't write the text, right, then I would question how they have access to direct quotes, right? To me, that would then make me think it's something that happens in many religions, that like people attribute their desire for the world and for politics to look a certain way, so they stamp on the name of someone who is revered within the culture, and they have certain desires about how they want to reform the culture and the religion, so they say it comes from this person when it doesn't. So that's the leap that is happening there, that I think most people are not really willing to acknowledge. Like,
oral traditions back in those days, oral traditions were much stronger than they are today. So do you think it's possible that with a much stronger sense of keeping these different things that have happened alive through, speaking about it and talking to people about it. They were able to get the information that way to record it.
Yeah, no, but oral traditions are terrible ways of keeping information. Are terrible. You can't. There's a game called Broken Telephone. In a day, you can see how the desires of the person receiving the oral tradition morphs to turn someone who is fallible into someone who's infallible, turn someone who is imperfect into someone who's perfect, because you desire that person to be that way. But let's grant for a second that none of that was happening, right? There's major concerns with the example of John being a fisherman, allegedly writing down a text where he uses the word we multiple times to refer to the authors, but also he's writing it down in a language that wouldn't necessarily be his language. He's writing it down in Greek, and he's writing it down in Greek prose similar to someone who has received a formal education. And then later on in other texts is being referred to as illiterate. So it's
well, just to your first claim there, when you're talking about that word of mouth game, there's no way to test that unless they have been testing that while we've had things like easy ways to write stuff down, easy ways to record information. I mean, I think that the ability to tell a story back then was probably much greater, simply because they had no way or no really good ways of recording information and keeping it.
So Ed, you don't believe in the Christian God?
Oh no, I don't personally.
Are you a good person?
I think I am fairly good. Yeah.
Have you ever told a lie?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Have you ever stolen anything?
Oh yeah, I definitely have.
So with your own admission, you are a liar and a thief.
Yeah, sure. So.
Okay, and you know where liar and thieves go, right?
No, I don't know. Where do they go?
They burn in hell for eternity. But you
Yeah,
know, there's good news.
I've been told.
There's good news. There's good news.
I have been told
There's
that
someone
there's
someone who died unalive for your sins, so that you don't have to go to that terrible place.
Nah, I don't believe that.
I just want to respond to like the oral tradition thing, because like I also do really think that like they are passed down with strong sense of purpose and accuracy. Like storytellers, elders, or culture leaders are often highly trained in preserving those kind of narrative with great integrity. Like this
they preached about it every day.
Right. Like this idea of like it being like a broken telephone. Like I think it has little intention, any kind of attention of preservation of like original messages. Like I'm from Africa, and I know about like the importance and the mechanisms, the verification of community involvement and correction, and tribal storytelling, public settings, and audiences that can correct any errors, even if we find and I think that contrasts broken telephone, where the message is passed along privately and no one has chance to stop those distortions. But in
Eddie, not only that, but the problem is too, recording information in your head definitely has a strong element of intention. Like you remembering what somebody said in a game that half those people probably don't care about because they're in a study or they're in some bullcrap classroom. They're probably not going to remember that as much as they would, hey, let me give you this piece of information that literally will not be recorded. You won't be able to, recall anything unless you store this away in your brain. So I think the intent of doing that really matters.
But first of all, that's just like, I don't know why we pretend as though writing was somehow a suspended skill during the time of Jesus when we have the Old Testament.
It was a rare skill.
Again, it's when we pretend as though like writing down a story was not possible when it clearly was, when the language, the script already existed, when these people were maintaining and telling stories that they allegedly were reading, right? and going to temples to hear. Like, it's not like this skill for, like, somehow for the 30 years that after Jesus, or the life of Jesus, and then the time after Jesus for about 20 years disappeared. Like, it's just not, it's not true,
Literacy.
right?
What do you think
And
the
and
literacy rate was back then?
I think 5 to 7%.
Okay, and
And
out
I
of
think if
5 to
you're motivated,
7%,
and again, if you're motivated to store a story from a Messiah or your leader, it's not about you being literate. It's about you being able to pay for the cost of having it written down, right? If Judas could betray Jesus for 30 pieces of silver, I can't imagine it cost 30 pieces of silver to write a message down, right?
but the
So
problem was Jesus was poor, and so were his disciples.
I'm sorry, someone who knows how to multiply matter, right? Someone who has the ability to convince many people to pay attention to him and follow him, yes, might be poor, but that doesn't mean he's not resourceful, right? Again, it's an excuse as to why we don't have writings in a situation
How was
where
he resourceful? How did he have resources as a Jew? That is somebody who was maybe a prominent figure, but literally most hated. What type of
he was
resources did he have in a Roman society?
he was a skilled laborer. He was a carpenter.
He was a carpenter. That was
He was a
it.
skilled laborer who called himself a Messiah, and then he was ostracized from almost every city he visited.
But the argument here is he was poor, right? He was a skilled laborer and he was a carpenter who was followed around by other fairly skilled laborers. It just so happens that writing down script is part of a job you can pay for. You can trade for that, right? You can pay for
But
it.
how much money do you think he would have garnered after
It's
calling
not.
himself the Messiah?
Let's stop pretending that it's expensive. It's not expensive. There were careers of people who wrote down ledgers. Like, this is not like a. This,
But
it's
that's
not.
what his disciples were. They were writing this down.
So why are you claiming
the point
all
that
of this
Sling was
stuff
trying to
about it being memorized?
I mean,
It's a
he
little-
didn't need anybody else. He
Yeah.
had his disciples who wrote all of this down. They
You know,
recorded
you know,
it. He actually got a tax collector in Andrew who was skilled at writing and reading.
So what is the argument here, that they memorized
No,
the
it
stuff
sounds
or
like
they wrote it down?
no. It
No,
sounds
I
like
think it was a mix of oral tradition that was written down as much as it possibly could have been. And I mean, if you're going to go under the assumption in believing that Jesus is a God, then there is always the caveat of what is a human to question the destiny of a God?
Yeah, I don't go about that assumption. I look at what the evidence points to and what I find convincing. Because if I assume that Jesus is God, then anything is true.
Do you believe in anything supernatural at all?
No,
Nothing
I
at all.
don't. No, I don't have reason to believe in anything supernatural.
Okay, well let me pose this question. Do you
You're like
believe
stocks.
the universe? Do you believe the universe is infinite?
I think that the universe is likely infinite.
So give me proof of that.
Well, would you like a logical argument as to why?
I would like to actually see it or feel it or touch it or make it there. So if you can do that for me, I will believe.
I don't have an inductive way to demonstrate to you.
Then why do you believe that?
Oh, because I have some rational reason to believe that the universe.
And what is the rational reason?
I don't believe time can be created.
No, I'm not talking about time. I'm just talking about the literal physical space that we're in. Do you believe it is
Yeah,
infinite?
I don't believe that time can be created. I think time, space, and matter are intertwined, and therefore I have some reason to believe that space and matter are not created. And I believe that I've been exposed to multiple models about the current state of the universe that rely on some expansionist model, and the current state of the universe that exists in fits within that model, and I'm convinced by it.
Okay, but it comes down to where did matter come from?
I just explained to you that I personally do not believe that matter was created. I think time, space,
That's
and
not
matter.
reasonable.
What do you mean?
It's on you to prove that if you're going to claim that.
Okay, for example, you asked me to prove something to you. You asked me for an inductive reason for you personally. I said I cannot provide that. I said that I
But
believe.
But you said
how
you
do
can
you
give
come
a
to those
reasonable reason.
how do you come to those conclusions without providing some source of
Because
where you got to that?
I just
Or
explained
reason.
I have deductive reasons to believe that time cannot be created. I
Okay,
have
so prove
inductive
that for me that time
observation.
can't be created.
Yeah, make it
Would you
make
like
sense,
an
bro.
argument?
Like, because I hear all the time, you can't prove God. So I would like you to prove that time can't be created.
Would you like a deductive argument for that?
I would just like, a simple answer as to why time
When you
can't
say
be created.
prove, what are you asking for? Because
Why time can't be created? What led you to believe that?
Okay, time cannot be created
This
because
is
time is eternal, and I have a deductive reason as to why I don't think
Well, what's
time
the
is.
reason, bro?
What is a deductive reason? What is a deductive reason?
So I believe time is what we refer to time is a measurement of change, and you cannot have change without change, and so change the potential for change has to be eternal for change to exist, and that's what time is. Time itself cannot be created; it has to already exist in order for creation, which is a
You
change.
just said the key word there, exist.
Oh,
Why did you
Okay,
say the word exist?
because that's the thing I'm trying to demonstrate exists,
But what is the
right?
definition of existing?
Something that is in reality,
And what is reality?
things that are real.
But what is real?
I don't know. Things that
Exactly
exist.
my point. So instead of saying that I don't believe in God, you at least have to say I don't know. It's possible.
damn, this guy's
Yeah,
good.
I mean, if we're going to try to find the circular bedrock of the tool of logic, I'm sure you can find it. But
There's a
again,
lot of buzzwords that can be
Nobody can.
used, but when it really comes down to the factual information, you and
what?
I both know deep down, you truly don't know if there is a God. So to
Nobody
just
does.
flat out say there's not
I'm
without,
pretty much I'm agnostic. I just don't believe in the Christian God.
but why not the Christian God?
Because the versions of the Christian God that have been presented to me violate the tool that I
Well,
use to understand reality.
name one other religion that has more historical evidence than Christianity.
I don't use
Buddhism.
historical evidence to
What
make
evidence do you
metaphysical.
use?
I lean on logical claims about metaphysics, and then I use scientific claims to understand inductive reasons about reality, and then I use historical claims to understand narratives about the past.
Hey, let me
Okay.
ask you this, Ed. Can I ask a question on this?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
When but first to start off, I want to acknowledge these are complicated things. You bring up good points. For some of these, I agree with some of your points, as in to an extent.
Nice.
I'm going to stop. I'm a Christian, so I don't agree fully, but there are some valid things that you bring up. When you say you don't accept historical claims, but then you say you accept scientific claims, empirically, you are not empirically proving every scientific. You have not done this, right? So when they become historical, all scientific claims are going to become historical record once they've been proven, in a sense. So help me understand
That's just conflating.
how you can cut off all of history. And maybe that's not a good argument, but help me see why.
I'm not cutting off all of history. I think that history, as a practice in academia, uses different standards than sort of like the base scientific method, right? History is also an older practice that it combines both narratives about the past as well as documentation about things that aren't necessarily true in reality, but what people want to be true. It touches on fields like beliefs about things are not
Mysticism and folklore.
Okay.
Yeah,
but when it comes to the claims about God existing, these are not. It is
it's not a
philosophical
historical
or
claim,
religious
right?
by nature. It can't be. It could fit into history if he's revealed himself. So that is the domain. If he has revealed himself, you have to deal with it in that. You don't have,
No, it's
but
not.
it's not scientific. Like it by nature.
It just can't be history.
You
right?
can't
Like,
scientifically prove God because that's not the
history.
domain of it. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah, I don't think science is the domain about most of the metaphysical claims about God. That's philosophy,
So
right?
I want to ask the question, Ed.
Philosophy.
I
But
don't want to jump
let
in.
me just finish explaining to like history doesn't affirm non-empirical claims. There's many historical claims about unicorns, right? But that's a non-empirical claim. We don't observe unicorns in reality. And so while we have many people writing down stuff about unicorns, we don't affirm that's not the domain, right?
And
To
yet,
demonstrate
when
that
Joseph
unicorns are
earlier
real.
brought up a lot of the empirical evidence, including the lives of disciples who did give their lives for the faith that they believed in against, real persecution in the history,
That's not evidence.
Yeah,
that's
and
not
again,
evidence.
I didn't
That's a bunch of
reject Joseph.
bozos.
I didn't reject Joseph's claim about the potential psychological states of the disciples. I just said that it's not the correct domain to prove something like the resurrection. We have multiple
Why?
claims of resurrections and virgin births,
Yeah,
right?
but we don't have any other claim of resurrections and virgin births where the disciples of that person died for the faith that they
We
had,
do,
and it
like
spread
Nero
across the country.
Caesar.
Like
Nero
it
Caesar.
conquered the
Nero
world
Caesar
because of the
resurrected from
faith
the
that they
dead.
had. Like
Nero Caesar resurrected from the dead. He resurrected from the dead and led an army of I think 20,000 Parthians to their death because they were so convinced that he was Nero. And guess what? Nero is in the Bible.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware with Nero, but the historical evidence for the death of Jesus, the acceptance of it, for his existence. We've already established, or at least it's been said, that there's no scholars that debate that Jesus lived, right? They don't debate that he died, and then we have the history of these people living and giving their lives for a faith that they believed in.
Giving their lives for a faith they believed in.
It's just the threshold to prove that someone who lived in the past is fairly loose, right?
The question comes down to is who's lying, and why would they have the incentive to lie? If Jesus, you could say that you think Jesus is lying, but if they say that they saw him dead and risen and felt the hole in his side, the holes in his hands, and saw these things, and then they were willing to go to death, and then you could say, okay, well, so
brainwashed.
Yeah, who's the liar in this scenario? How do you
people who wrote the Bible?
We have no reason to believe that they even said we might infer that so we have some reason to believe that, but it's not a set and clear-cut case that Matthew is the one who believed that and wrote this down and also wrote down what Jesus said and did. Right? There's a lot of room
for sure. There's a whole bunch of different puzzle pieces of if you're going to prove this historically. I understand it's a big case to make, and I don't want to oversimplify. But I think if you look and you take the time, because I've worked through it in the past, you can see.
Unless you want it to be the case, you're not going to conclude what you've just concluded.
I disagree, but there are folks who have not wanted
the story to be that way, right?
I have a question for you.
I have a question for Ed. He made this claim. He made this claim that Nero resurrected. Can you provide evidence for that?
Sure. Would you like me to? You want a specific source about the Parthians who marched into?
Yeah, you said it was it's biblical.
They believed he resurrected.
Oh no, the claim about Nero resurrecting isn't in the Bible. Nero is though in the Bible, right?
Yeah.
Nero, I believe it's Nero Caesar. So
you're not saying that there is historical credible evidence that suggests Emperor Nero was resurrected from the dead. That's not what you're saying, right?
Nero's not explicitly in the Bible. He's talking about 666.
The way people have combined the different aspects of history in different multiple sources in order to fuel a narrative about resurrection can be applied to Nero as well. Like you've got the 20,000 soldiers. That's not recorded in the Bible, but Nero is, right? As the Caesar who existed and who lived and who was perceived to be this threat, right? You have other sources that demonstrate that this individual, as Nero, rose from the dead and managed to convince other people he rose from the dead. You have other sources that show that
What
this
sources are these? That's my question.
So hold
there's
on,
also a
can I touch
difference.
bases
What are
on
the
this really,
sources?
really quick? Really, really quick.
Go ahead.
So everybody and on the scholarly consensus, they already understood that that was a myth, and there was other possible reasons. They never confirmed it as an account when it comes to Jesus. They don't say that is a myth, but they do make note. They do make note that the Nero situation was a myth, and it was a possibility that, one, he never died, or two, that he did die, and other imposters spoke on his behalf and played to be him leading rebellions. But they never said that it was a real thing. So that situation is just considered a myth. It was spoken on, but it was considered a myth.
The
Yes,
Jewish
I
historical
happen
texts
to-
show that
I
Jesus
happen to
actually
consider it-
died.
I happen to consider it a myth, but if I'm motivated to believe in him as some kind of religious figure, I come about with an explanation of how it isn't a myth, and that's the point, right?
Yeah, but
the point is not.
Well, how about
drug addicts?
Eddie, that brings me to
Resurrect all the time.
Eddie, that
there's
brings me to a good question.
Okay, go ahead.
What would it take for you to believe in the Christian God?
What
Smoke
would convince me
fentanyl.
personally? I think if for me personally, if I were to is it from God himself or from another person? Just to
No,
be
I'm just
clear.
asking you just simply, what evidence,
if I
what
had
would it take?
if I had the direct access to God, I think that would convince me enough. If from other people, I think I would have to have confirmation. Just confirmation
right,
of the second coming would be enough.
You know, it's interesting. Like when somebody has a partner, should I go through my wife's phone every night I go to sleep?
Yeah.
If you don't
should
trust
do
her,
that.
hell yeah.
Are you asking me? Is that a question?
Is that something that I should do? If I trust my wife, do I need to go through her phone
If you
every week?
trust your wife, then you shouldn't go through her phone. If you don't trust
Because
your
I
wife,
have faith
then
that
you
she
have
won't
good
do that
reason-
through trust.
Then again,
More
that's not a
belief.
good basis. Like if you have good reason based off of your prior observations of your wife that you trust her, then don't go through her phone, have a conversation with her about whatever you're going through with her. However, if you don't have good reason based off of her prior behavior, then go through her phone to confirm what you believe. If you don't believe, she'll confirm it for you directly. That's my answer. Don't you think
Right.
it?
Right, but what I'm saying is, I meet my wife. She never gives me a reason to go through her phone. I never go through her phone, right? Ever. The entire time I know her, I just trust her. That I have to apply some amount of blind faith there, correct?
Again, that's a choice that you get to make. Like if you don't care about the answer and you've applied some kind of blind trust.
Well, it's not that I
you
don't
have no
care. It's
reason
just
to
that I
reject
have
it.
faith that she's not going to do that without having to see
but
it.
she could be doing it and you could be wrong, right?
Well,
Like most women,
I mean,
yeah.
with what you just
Your-
said,
your-
what you just
your
said there,
faith-
right?
your
There
faith
could be
is
a
not
God, and you could
correlated
be
to
wrong.
her
I mean, that could apply
behavior.
to.
Your faith is not correlated to her being. You having faith she's not cheating on you does not change the fact that she could be and is cheating on you, right?
Is.
But
It's
you're
not-
you're acting like you're basing this belief on God on nothing. I mean, there is text to back it up. So I mean, it's not like it's just you're believing in God out of thin air.
I said I'm not. I personally am not convinced about what's out there, and I'm sharing the reasons why I'm not convinced. I don't think that the Christian claims to the Christian God about the existence of this God meet a standard at which I
But
am
Ed-
convinced. of
Eddie,
not.
here's the problem.
Like if
Here's
we're
the
talking
problem.
about a different
The-
God, maybe. But
Eddie, the
not this
problem
one.
is the
What's the
Bible
solution?
clearly states that you're not going to see the face of God. So the evidence you're looking for, you will never find. So it's interesting that you're debating this when you've already made up your mind.
Again,
I could turn my camera on if you
the
want.
Bible has defense mechanisms against inquiry, then take it up with the Bible. I'm not convinced. I could be wrong, and you could be right, and Jesus will have a field day with me when he's cooking me in
But
hell.
see, it's an
But again,
oxymoron for you,
the
or it's
material itself is not convincing.
it's
The
an
material-
unwinnable situation for you because the Bible, you said the only evidence that you need, or that you want at least, is to actually see God and meet him. But the Bible clearly states that will only happen after you die and your soul will be judged.
Sure,
So the problem is
I
you're debating
provided
something
you-
you've already made up your mind on.
So you want me to
asked
speed up
me-
the process for you?
You asked me, well, what would confirm it? I said, if the things in the second coming are confirmed to be true while I'm alive, I'm likely to believe it. But
It will be too late.
It'll be too late then, though. That's
yeah,
the
and
issue.
I'm sorry, but I'm not susceptible to coercion in order for me to change my view. I
But
get
it's
it. When I was a Christian in the past, I felt like I needed to affirm this belief or I was going to cook in hell. I just am not susceptible to that coercion, right?
I'm
If
simply
God
saying
wants
that
to use,
you
if
said
God
you needed
wants to
evidence
use,
Tell
that
you
you'll
how
never
hard
get.
it is.
You need
yeah, if
evidence
God
that you'll
wants to
never
use
get. You are
coercion,
definitely here for a reason. You're debating this, acting like, I mean, you said yourself you want to see the face of God when you know that the only text that mentions the Christian God says that will never happen. So it's just
I
interesting
mean,
to me that you
that's
keep
your
debating something you've made your mind
interpretation
up
of the
about.
text, right? I don't read the text the way you do. I am sure you have multiple
Feel
different
free to
forms
dispute
of.
what I'm saying.
Again, I don't cherry pick the text the way you've cherry picked the text. So
It
your
states that
interpretation,
very
Wait,
plainly.
the opposite
yes, and
then.
it states a bunch of other contradictory things in that same text, right? So I
But you
come
don't
to
cherry
this
pick.
knowing,
But
yeah,
Eddie,
I come to
the
this
only way you
knowing.
could even derive anything from the Christian God is from that text. You can't derive it from anything else
It
but
just so
that
happens
text.
that the text is confused about itself, right? And many Christians are confused about the very text that they believe, and they don't even read it. And they form multiple forms of dogma that don't line up with both the text, the reality, or even logic.
But
So
that's just being
again,
How?
presumptuous, and you can't
again,
generalize every Christian that way.
Wait. Can I ask a
I'm
question?
generalizing the religion of Christianity, of which there's multiple
Yeah, what's
denominations. I
your
don't know.
question?
And multiple people who
That's
believe multiple
irrelevant. That's
things.
irrelevant. It doesn't matter about the denomination. We're talking specifically about the text. The denominations are not even in the equation right now.
The
But can I ask this?
denominations are in the
No, they're
equation
not in
because the
the equation. They're
denominations
not in the equation.
They changed the
denominations
text though.
demonstrate that Christians
Oh
read
gosh.
different passages and provide weight to some over others, right? Which means that you
No.
can't come away from the text and come away with a unified understanding of the text that applies to all
And
Christians.
I'm glad you said that because it's not supposed to be unified. It's supposed to be specific to that person and their journey.
You might as well be a
Correct, and
Muslim at
I'm
that
not
point.
convinced. Back to the text you quoted, I'm not convinced by coercion as a method for me to
How about
adopt a belief.
bribery?
But Eddie, see, the problem is you don't in the Christian God, you don't get to make the rules. So you either play the game or lose the game.
Yeah, and I don't subscribe to
work?
that. I don't subscribe to coercion. I do not force
Well, Eddie,
myself.
here's the problem. What if I said I don't subscribe to murder being illegal?
Gosh.
Yeah, then good for
just
you.
to-
If you don't
just-
have good reasons,
But
then
would I still
The
face
master host
consequences?
is talking, guys. Master host.
He's not
Sorry, guys.
talking.
He's not here. He just
No.
texted me not too long ago, but he's
Yeah.
not here right now.
That's me.
I thought that
I'm
dude
just
was
listening.
No.
I'm in the background.
No.
It's
Yeah,
just
he,
hold on.
okay, so he's here.
Ed, do you agree that you could use multiple systems of justification to get to the same conclusion of truth?
yeah, I do.
Okay, so then you agree that the multiple denominations still agree on the unified truth. So when he said
No, that's not what
yeah,
I
wait,
said.
wait,
I
what?
don't think that they agreed on the unified truth.
They agree
I
on
think that-
salvific issues. So like let's
Not-
just say
not-
wait, hang on.
not
Let's just
all
say
of
that there's
them.
just 4 denominations that are correct, right? So we have 4
Mm-hmm.
different justification systems that are going to lead to the same salvific solution.
Yeah, but they
Okay.
don't even believe in their justifications though. Like they think the other one's wrong.
I don't know what
And-
that
and-
means.
and
If
again-
all 4 wait, if all
Means the
4
path to the goal, they don't believe the path is right.
Well, hang on.
Yeah,
So
but
we're all going to be
let's
distinct.
not divert, right?
We're all going to be distinct in our like subjective limited agency, right? And so assuming that one of them is true, then you should be using your subjective agency if it is rational to figure out which one is true.
Shark, let's look at where my comment came from before we go into this, right? So the comment was made, what would convince me? I said, well, if I sat down with Jesus or had a direct relationship with Jesus that answered my questions or whatever, I'd find that fairly convincing. And the objection was
But
like, well, the
that's
Bible
not what
says-
Christianity
wait,
promotes.
yes,
you're just
the
you're
Bible
just
says
confused
that
about
that's not
what
gonna
Christianity
happen.
is.
I provided multiple forms that I could be convinced. That was just one of them, right?
Yeah,
and the
yeah, but hang on.
objection was like,
You're just confused about what Christianity promotes, right? So Christianity is just telling you to have a genuine, humble relationship in a spiritual level with whatever created you, because somehow miraculously you exist. You literally exist. And so all Christianity is saying, hey, value that and be more aware of this short-term experience and try to grow in some kind of like relationship or connection or communication with the source of your existence. That's what it is. It's
that's
not to
fundamentally wrong.
It's not to convince you, right? It's something that you're supposed to be doing every day of your life anyway.
Oh, I already do that because, again, I'm agnostic. I just don't believe in the Christian versions. Right?
Christianity clearly states that if you do not accept Jesus Christ into your heart, you will go to hell.
I mean, is that Shark? Is that salvific or whatever?
Well, that might be salvific. It might be the case that, like, when you're praying.
I asked, is it, not might be. Is it or is it not?
Well, I don't make any knowledge claims. I only make wisdom claims.
There we go, right? We've got a problem. We have
that might be a problem for you. It's not a problem for me. You're saying
hang on.
We don't have a problem. You have a problem.
I think there is a huge problem with that, right?
Yeah, right. But you understand it's a you issue, not a me issue.
I was talking about my experience this entire time before you joined. I'm not trying to say that other people are irrational or crazy for believing in Christianity. My position has always been and will remain that I'm not convinced by the levels of evidence.
Ed, you say that you're agnostic, correct?
Yes, I'm agnostic.
But except for the Christian God, is that the only God that you will not believe in?
From the versions of the Christian God that have been presented to me that are supported by biblical text, I'm not convinced of that God. I'm also not
What God would you believe in more than the Christian God?
Oh, I think that there's other versions of God, God's deistic versions of God that could exist. There's gods that exist in other Eastern cultures that could
Well, I'm
exist.
specifically asking for one that you think has a better case than the Christian God.
Allah. Oh, there's a God. I don't. The God doesn't have a name. This God doesn't have a name because they're not a personal God. But the basic idea is that this God, reality is a product of this God self-analyzing.
Wait, did you just say? Did you just say
Did he
idea?
just say that God is not personal? He literally told you his name. His name is
He
Yahweh.
asked me what other versions of God I could exist.
But you just said there's an idea, right?
Yes, there are other versions of God that are not personal.
And where do you get that information from?
If you just read about other religions,
Wait,
you would
read
know.
from what? Where are they getting that information from? What is the original source?
They are theorizing the existence of God through metaphysics, right?
Theorizing through metaphysics. So you think by theorizing through metaphysics, that is a lot more clear than the Christian Bible?
I mean, if they don't have contradictions in them, then yes.
But I'm sure most of them do, correct?
Some of them do, and I don't believe
I think all of them do, or else they'd be figured out by now.
No, again, you're already assuming that a God, in order for a God to exist, we need to figure them out.
Does math have absolutes?
Math is a language. No, it doesn't.
It doesn't have absolutes.
No,
But can
it's
you
a
get?
language.
But can you usually get an answer? And if you can't, you would say that
Yes,
problem
you
is
get-
unsolved. Correct?
You get a language. You get an answer based off of the language. It follows from the language, right?
Right. So you're saying that there could be a God out there that we could simply figure out by metaphysics.
There could be a God that could not be out there that we could not figure out at all. There could be a God out there that doesn't give a shit about us. There could be multiple versions of God out there.
And you're willing to believe in those before the Christian God.
I don't believe in them. Again,
I said you're willing. I said you're willing
Oh
to
yeah,
believe in
I'm
those.
willing to believe in whatever makes sense, right?
But I'm saying that how do those gods make any more sense than the Christian God?
Because many of them, the ones that have been proposed, don't within themselves contain contradictory or false properties. Gods
So they
that
don't.
contain-
So if they don't, so
do
why
not
haven't they solved it then?
I do. It's why are you
They haven't
assuming that
started.
it's about solving it?
No, what I'm saying is how you're saying that they don't have contradictions. Prove that to me. Prove that they don't have contradictions. Show me where there are no contradictions, where they have figured out the
God-
equation they're looking for to figure out what is God or who is
Who
God.
says it's about figuring out? Again, a God could exist that has created reality and isn't directly interested in humans or Earth or so forth, right? A God could
Okay,
exist
but that's
in
irrelevant
life.
to
A
what I'm
God
asking.
could-
What I'm saying
God
is,
could exist as part of the other eternal properties that exist in reality.
you said that you would
Right.
believe in these gods that have.
I don't
that-
believe
I said
in
you're
these
willing.
gods.
Okay, you said you're willing to believe in these
Mhm.
gods that they're trying to figure out through metaphysics, before the Christian God. But let me ask you this: if you were to look at the equations they were running through metaphysics, would you be able to understand a lot of it?
Again, okay. First of all, let's clarify. I'm agnostic, right? I
Right.
don't believe in these gods.
I didn't say you did.
The propositions of these gods are possible. So, barring evidence that these gods exist, I'm not going to make claims about whether or not they exist because I'm not able.
That's not what I
to,
asked you, though, Ed. What I'm
right?
asking you is,
And
if
it's
you were to
because it's a
see,
clean. Oh,
if you were to
I mean the other
see,
guy.
if you were to see the equations they're running through
There are no
metaphysics.
equations, and that's
What
why it's
equations?
possible. No flaws
Okay,
yet.
so what are they doing with metaphysics to figure this out? What are they doing exactly? Explain it
Sometimes
to me.
Metaphysics is
sometimes they're
philosophy, not
using
physics.
a form of philosophy to say if, therefore, then, right?
Right.
That's it. And if the
safe.
proposition doesn't contradict itself, I have no reason to reject it.
So
If the
then give me one that doesn't contradict itself.
Why?
What do you mean why?
He already did.
You asked for proof of my God, I asked for proof of yours. Give me one that doesn't
I don't
contradict
have a
itself.
God.
He doesn't
Or
have
a proposed God. A
Hey,
proposed
I
God.
don't believe in any gods. I'm an
A proposed
atheist.
God. Ed, you're getting on semantics here. You know what
Sure,
I'm
a
asking?
Alright, I
proposed
hate you
God.
guys.
Sure. In the beginning, space, time, and matter existed simultaneously with a mind that inhabited all these three properties, and it got bored one day and it self-unalived, spreading all of its matter, spreading all of its consciousness around the world. And our existence is a product of that consciousness coalescing in individual beings, having individual experiences that will one day unalive and all come back to coalesce again into this being that will have a new experience as a result of it.
Based off of what?
That's just the proposition. Where's the problem?
No, I'm saying based off, what are you basing that proposition off of? What evidence?
That's the proposition that exists, right?
What
Are you going to
evidence, though?
reject
Where's
it?
the evidence?
Why are you asking for evidence?
You based a proposition. I said, what is your evidence for that proposition?
I don't affirm this as a positive belief. Again, I don't believe in
I
any
asked
God.
you for one without a contradiction, not one you made up.
I just gave you one. There is
Did
no
you make that up?
contradiction. Yes, I just gave it to you. It
Okay,
just so
but I'm not
happens.
asking for one you made up. I'm saying you said you read some that are out there that if they
Yes,
didn't have a
it just so
contradiction,
happens that
you would
many
believe that's
there are some Eastern philosophy that thinks that this is a property of God, right?
And why do they think that?
Because they want there to be a God in the narrative that they have about reality, and it
Our
just so
wants do
happens.
not make it. Our wants do not make it so.
Okay.
You said they want it.
What are you asking me for? What do you want me to say to you?
I think it's very clear what I'm asking you for.
He's not arguing that he believes in this God. I think what
I don't think he believes in the God.
I
But what
don't.
he said
I
was,
told
he
you
said
that.
he would
Fair
believe.
enough.
He said he,
the issue, this is. I just feel like this is unhelpful because the issue is that he the Christian faith makes a lot of claims that whereas these ones don't make specific claims of revelation to our lives, it doesn't have a book, a Bible with a lot of specific historical claims. Like we have to provide more evidence to back up our faith. It's just it just comes with it because there's a lot of claims that are made. Whereas
you have to back. You have to have evidence to back up any claim.
Like what I would say is if he sees the possibility of a God in general, that's a great place to start. Let's establish that. And then let's work our way to showing why it's most likely that the Christian God is the one that exists, rather than like berating him for saying it's possible that there's a God that exists. I think he's having a problem with specific
I don't consider it
claims of
berating by
Scripture.
asking for evidence.
I know, but
Sure, I
like
can provide
the
you
way
the
that you're
evidence.
doing it, I don't mean that your intention is to berate, and I'm sorry. I think your intention here is great. I think that you're misunderstanding what he's trying to express, and I think this is just going to end up being talking in circles around each other and not understanding where we're trying to get. But I would love to know, Ed, based on the fact that you say it's possible that a God exists. Bible, but like, you know, he looks at and says, I agree with, but it puts it in him and says, you know, God is love, right?